Um, so welcome to this first virtual meeting for the Board of Governors, which is just a reminder, this is being live streamed for the public. So I want to welcome those viewing through that mechanism. The first meeting of the day is the Academic Affairs Committee, which is chaired by Governor Mark Gaffney. I just want to remind everyone that if you're not talking, it's better to put your microphones on mute. So welcome to this. There's a lot of feedback if you don't, and there's only a certain number of people who can be unmuted at the same time on the live stream for the public. So if you're not talking, if you can put your microphone on mute, and I think that'll make the meeting go a little smoother. Governor Gaffney? I just want to remind everyone that if you're not talking, it's better to put your microphones on mute. So welcome to there's a lot of feedback if you don't, and there's only a certain number of people who can be unmuted at the same time.
Governor Buzzuito?
So if you're not talking, if you can put your microphone on mute, and I think that'll make the meeting go a little smoother. Governor Gaffney?
Governor Kumar?
Yes, good morning, everybody.
That if you're not talking, it's better to put your microphones on mute. So welcome. There's a lot of feedback.
Governor Stancato?
And there's only a certain number of people who can be unmuted at the same time.
Got it. Governor Buzzuito?
So if you're not talking, if you can put your microphone on mute, and
Ali
I think
Fatah?
that'll make the meeting go a little smoother.
And Farhana Akhtar?
Here.
So a quorum is present.
Thank you. First order of business is the approval of minutes from the December 6, 2019 meeting. Could I have a motion, please?
So move.
And that was Governor Stancato and Governor Buzzuito. Thank you.
Any discussion? All in approval, then please say aye.
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 I'm an aye. Okay, Julie, that sounds good enough to me. That sound good enough to you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Then we're going to, throughout the meeting today, we're going to talk about establishing 3 new programs, discontinuing 4 programs, a revision to our statutes to allow student on general education program, and we're going to hear a presentation on the Honors College. Let me call, please, on Provost Keith Whitfield to get all of that started.
Thank you very much, Governor Gaffney.
No, thank you, Provost Whitfield.
Well, we start today with one of our reviews of our presentations on colleges. And this is one of our colleges that's slightly different in that it is what is the base for some of our highest achieving students that come to the university and creating a program for them that takes them to the next level. And I think that you'll see that our dean of that college, Dean Corvino, basically lives and breathes the idea of what it means to be an honor student and to be able to achieve great things. So I don't think I need any further introduction of him. John, I hope you're on and you have the ability to advance your slides.
We shall see. There they are. Thank you so much, and thank you to the Board of Governors for having me today. As the Provost said, the Honors College is a bit unusual. We're unusual in that all of our students also belong to other schools and colleges. So a big part of what I want to do today is to give you a sense of who we are and what we do, because while I think a lot of people have the notion that we have an honors college at Wayne State, exactly who we are may not be familiar to everyone. And so in the 2 years that I've been dean of the college, I've been trying to be sort of an ambassador for the college, both within the university and to the larger community. I should mention, while I've been dean of the college for 2 years, I've been at Wayne State for 22 years. I've been a member of the philosophy department for all of that time. So many of you already know me, and it's good to get to know those of you that I don't already know. So basically, I'm going to give an overview of what the Honors College is and how it's structured. I'm going to give some highlights about some of the great things that our students are doing, and then open things up for questions and discussion with you. So primarily what the Honors College is a community. We consist currently of about 2,200 undergraduate students. They are students chosen for their academic high achievement. Sorry, I'm going to mute my email so that it doesn't do that again. And what we try to do is to create and curate a rigorous academic experience for them that really challenges them as high-achieving students and allows them to flourish and excel. And I say create and curate because some of what we do as the Honors College is to provide direct services, particularly with respect to the first-year sequence and the courses we teach there. But a lot of what we do is to partner with our colleagues across the university to help match up these high-achieving students with the great faculty we have all around the university so that they can make the most of their Wayne State education. The Honors College includes students of two different types. There are university honors students who do an interdisciplinary curriculum that includes 28 honors credits among the 120 required for graduation. Typically, students in university honors join as FIDIACs, but the Honors College also includes departmental honors students, that is, students who do honors in their major. The requirements for that vary from department to department. Typically, it includes at least 12 credits of honors coursework. I know that Ali Faqih, who is on the call this morning, is one of our departmental honors students, so it's nice to see him here.
Nice to have you speaking. Thank you.
Let me say a little bit about the university honors program structure, because like I said, departmental honors varies from department to department, but the university honors structure is pretty consistent. It starts with a foundational sequence. That includes a course in the fall, Honors 1000, Changing Detroit. I'll say a little bit more about that course in a moment. In the winter semester, students can choose from a variety of different small foundational seminars. And the idea behind both of these courses is to provide some skills and lenses through which the students can approach the rest of their education at Wayne State, including core skills in writing, in research, in community engagement. All of our university honors students are required to do a field learning course at some point in their curriculum, usually in their second year, although not always. Historically, students have chosen service learning courses for that. In the last year, we have expanded that requirement and made it more flexible to include other high-impact practices, so students can do service learning, but they can now also do undergraduate research. They can do study abroad. They can do an internship, co-op, or practicum. The idea is to get them outside of the traditional classroom and expose them to the world and the community in other ways that deepen their educational experience. All of our honors students, that's both university and departmental honors, do a 4,000 level junior-senior seminar. That is typically an interdisciplinary seminar. It's taught by faculty from around the university with whom we partner. And all of our students do a senior research project. As I said, for university honors, that includes 28 honors credits. And beyond the curricular structure, we try to provide honor students with a lot of personal attention, creating the community that I described earlier, and also exposing them to cultural and educational and entrepreneurial opportunities in the city of Detroit. The general idea and the general feel that I'm going for with the Honors College is the feel of a small liberal arts college within the context of this large urban research university. And all of the things we do, both curricular and co-curricular, are geared toward creating that kind of intimate academic community. Let me highlight some things about our students and what they're doing. And let me start with Honors 1000. Honors 1000 has been modified a bit over the last year, partly because we modified the first year sequence overall. It used to consist of Honors 1000 and PS 1010, Political Science 1010. Those have been combined into the one course, Honors 1000, so that students can then choose from a variety of foundational seminars in the second semester. But the course is called Changing Detroit, and that's intended to be a kind of double entendre, both looking at the way in which Detroit has changed, but also looking at the way in which we can change our environment. We can use things like political organizing, service projects, things like that, to make an impact on the community around us and to familiarize the students with that community. The picture you see here, you probably recognize, is of 375. One of the things we do in that course, as we think about the way the city has changed and the way our actions impact a city, is we look at actual physical spaces in the city. Here is that image again with some landmarks highlighted, and then one of the things we'll do is we'll either show students that image or take them to that actual place and then show them what that space once looked like when it was a vibrant community before a freeway went through it, trying to give students a stronger sense of the fact that when we look at communities, we're not just looking at data points, we're looking at neighborhoods, we're looking at people and their stories. And again, this is intended to provide the students a lens through which to approach the rest of their education at Wayne State and what they do beyond Wayne State. In the second semester, students can choose from a variety of foundational seminars. Those are three of our recently hired senior lecturers, Jimmy Buccellato, Leila Sachi, and Brian Ellis. These foundational seminars are taught both by our senior lecturers, but also by some faculty from around the university who contribute to that. And some of the topics that our lecturers have proposed and have taught this past semester include crime and media, disagreement in Detroit, doing well and doing good, race and sports, and a course on epidemics called What Plagues Detroit, which of course turned out to be a very interesting time to teach this course this past semester because the students were in that small seminar just as the COVID-19 epidemic was unfolding and was able to use what was going on in the world as a case study for the course they were doing. The general theme that ties together the foundational seminars is some connection to urban issues broadly understood. Beyond that, all of the foundational seminars emphasize writing skills, research skills, and they all are small, about 20 or 22 students, to give students that small seminar experience very early in their college career. I mentioned that a lot of our students do service projects. Some of those are part of service learning courses. Some of them have emerged from other courses they've taken. One that I'd like to highlight that you may be familiar with is the Detroit Feedback Loop. This is a project that grew out of the Political Science 1010 course that my colleague Kevin Deegan-Krause teaches. He now teaches Honors 1000. And students noticed that at a lot of big catering events, there was often a lot of leftover food. There was food that wasn't even unwrapped and wasn't being served. So they organized a system where that food could be recovered and distributed to food pantries and other places of need around the city. And they now work not only with a variety of catering operations, but also with a number of area restaurants. They have a nonprofit that they have formed. It has recovered over 30,000 pounds of food in the years that it has existed, and in 2018 they won a National Philanthropy Day Award for the work that they did with the Detroit Feedback Loop. You may also have heard of the Detroit Fellows Tutoring Project. This is one of the service learning courses that is taught through the Honors College. It involves students who go and do reading tutoring with students in kindergarten through second grade. People often say, oh, that's a very nice thing to do, and it is a nice thing to do, and it makes a strong impact on our schools, but it also is a way to enhance these students' learning. And some of the things that I've heard from students who have participated in these courses who have told me, I never realized how privileged I was, not just because of, economic reasons. These students are not necessarily economically privileged, but because my parents read to me as a child, and some of the students don't have that experience. So again, the idea is to use this as a way of deepening their education and deepening the ways they think about the impact they can have moving forward on their community. Partly as a way of tying together some of these things, and partly as a way of taking advantage of our situation at Wayne State as an urban research university right in the heart of the city, we are working on developing a Civic Engagement Certificate that will consist of a little bit of theoretical grounding about social justice, but will be more practical in terms of, again, consisting of service learning courses and experiences as a way of preparing students and marking that they have that preparation moving forward. And you may be hearing more from me in the coming months. We're trying to get that launched for the fall. The COVID-19 crisis has slowed down some operations for us, but we are working on that, and I'm happy to talk to you more about that. All of our students do a senior thesis project. Many of them do other research along the way. This is Sarosh Irani, one of our graduates who just graduated in the last couple of days. This was actually not, it turns out, his senior research project. The slide is mislabeled. This is a research project he did independently of his senior thesis. But when we think about undergraduate research, we often think about students in labs, but I also want to highlight the fact that our students do social science research. In this case, Sarosh had noticed that many bus stations, bus shelters in Detroit were underutilized. There were these nice shelters built, but nobody was using them. And there were also many places where people were standing out in the rain waiting for the bus. And he did a study showing how, without necessarily creating new structures, the structures that existed could be repositioned and reorganized to actually serve people better. And he was able to present that research at the 2019 National Planning Conference of the American Planning Association in San Francisco. Our students also do humanities research. We've had a group of students, third-year honor students this year, publish in the journal World Art under the supervision of our senior lecturer, Aaron Martin, who recently won a Presidential Teaching Award for his work with that students and for the other work that he's done. So our students just generally are doing many, many exciting things. I want to, before I open up for questions, say a little bit about this Detroit focus that I've alluded to a few times. Because I think that people often think, well, it's nice that we're looking at the city of Detroit. We are Detroit's university. We're an urban research university right in Detroit. That's a great opportunity. But I think it's important for the Honors College to understand that we don't just do it because we happen to be here. We also do it because I think Detroit provides us with an excellent opportunity to explore the kinds of challenges that don't just face the city, they face the nation and the world. Challenges of a growing divide between the haves and the have-nots, challenges of political polarization, challenges that emerge from tensions that come out of racial and economic and religious diversity. I think that we are particularly well situated at Wayne State University to prepare leaders for the future who face those challenges. And I am delighted to work with this amazing group of students who are preparing to be those future leaders. And with that, I'd like to open things up for your questions. And if there are a couple of specific things that I could cover in terms of questions for you, but I'd rather spend the time on your questions than on mine. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Great job. Any questions for Dean
I've
Corvino?
got, if I could. Hey, John?
Yes. On
your picture there, you've got two of the students that founded the Detroit Feedback Loop, and Cayizardo.
Yes. So from the right of the picture, the second person in is Nicholas Ang, and the third person in is Camilla Cascardo. They were indeed two of the founders of the Detroit Feedback Loop, and it's worth highlighting them. And in fact, all of the students you see in this picture have recently graduated. This was at the med school gala last year. I love this picture because I always make the joke that some people might think that I'm taking my goal of raising the stature of the college too literally. I just happen to be a short dean with many tall students. But
where did the two of them decide to go to medical school?
This is a time when I should pretend to have Wi-Fi problems before I answer that question.
Okay.
They're at Oakland University. They got full rides at Oakland University.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And your students are very well dressed.
Well, yes, this was a gala event, med school gala event. I can say that Cedric Mutebi, who's all the way on the right side of the picture, he's coming back to Wayne State University's med school. I was just texting with him yesterday. He's in D.C. right now doing some very interesting research, important opportunities there. So we have some really amazing students. He's also going to be joining my board of visitors, I'm pleased to report.
Good. All right, last
I have a
chance for
question.
other questions.
So I have a question too. This is for whoever, Sandy, I
This is
think.
Sandy.
Okay.
Thank
I'll
you.
go after.
Thank you. Does the honors program still house the Med Start program? And if so, how many, can you refresh our memory as to how many students that is and what the process is and what they get when they join Med Start or get selected for Med Start?
Sure. So it's now called Med Direct, which is a little bit different from the Med Start program, and that's the president's program. He could probably fill you in on the details. It is not technically part of the Honors College. The director of that program, Dolmini Barapala, she's housed in the Honors College, and she kind of caucuses with us as a member of Honors. And most, although not all of those students do belong to Honors. We have 11 students coming in for the fall. 9 of them have decided to join Honors. 2 of them have informed me that they're not joining Honors, and I'm trying to figure out how to encourage them without feeling like they're being pressured with a dean breathing down their neck, join my college. But the MedDirect program is a nice example of a smaller version of the kind of attention that we kind of want to scale up to provide for all of our Honors College students, creating this sense of community cohort, really thinking through the ways that they can not simply be trained in their fields, whatever those majors may end up being, but also thinking about being leaders. They're thinking about being physician leaders. We're thinking about creating leaders for all across the university. The students in MedDirect get a full ride of tuition and room and board. Honor students all get some kind of university merit award, a gold award, a warrior award, or something like that, but there are relatively few that can get a full ride or anything like that. A lot of my work recently has been in working on fundraising and donor relations to try to build more financial support for our students, because it allows them to focus more on their studies and to thrive that way as they prepare for graduate school or for work. About 70% of our graduates this year are going on to graduate or professional school, many to med school, of course, many to law school. About 30% are going directly into the workforce. But the MedDirect program is not technically our program, even though we're really closely connected.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a just a confirmation, because when I started years ago, or 8 years ago, the Med Start program was housed, was tended to by Jerry Herron. It was housed in the Honors College, and so I guess maybe I didn't remember that it was switched out for the other. I thought Med Direct was in addition to.
MedDirect, it started as connected to Honors.
Can I chime in here, John?
Please.
So the Med Start program had gotten to the point where it was no longer being supported by the med school. It's a commitment, some financial commitments there, but the students were able to go wherever they wanted to go. Like, for example, the 2 students that we just talked about, Nicholas Ng and Kaya Sardo, they were both Med Start students, but they went to Oakland. And so there was a feeling among the medical school that we were putting investments into these students, and we were just preparing them for other medical schools, basically. The difference with the MedDirect is that it's a little smaller. It's a financial commitment, but they are committed to going to Wayne State. And a good example of that one is Cedric, the other student, the one that John mentioned, showed, who is at NIH right now doing some research. He actually graduated a year early, and doing research and other opportunities in Washington, D.C., and is coming back to Wayne State. He's committed to Wayne State. They're all committed to Wayne State, and so that's really the main difference between the two programs.
Thank you.
Mark, can I ask a question?
Please.
I have a
Mark?
question.
Yeah, Mark?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael, and then
Oh,
Shirley, I think.
okay.
Okay.
A question for Roy. Do they have to take the MCAT?
Yes, they
if
do.
they're admitted?
Yes, they do.
Okay,
Yeah.
so and then I think the program where they come in, I think it's a great thing to do to capture them early on and keep them. So I thank you for doing that. Great program.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is Mark Schreitz. I'm very supportive of that program as well.
Oh. Good morning.
Good morning.
Shirley.
So, yeah, my question,
Yeah, I probably should have begun the meeting, Mark, with Governor Gaffney with mentioning at least that our new VP for Health Sciences, Dean of School of Medicine, Mark Schweitzer, is with us. So I'll do that now.
Welcome, it's nice to see you. Shirley.
Thank you. Now you have two Marks on the call.
So my question is related to the Honors College. I'm just interested, John, in what the process is that you use to determine the topics for the foundational seminars. What kind of direction do students get in terms of the research that they're doing from the honors perspective? But mostly, I'm looking at these topics and just kind of trying to figure out how are they chosen and what's the process for that.
Thanks for that question. So one of the things that struck me, particularly being at Wayne State for 22 years, is that we have faculty doing really interesting research on a whole variety of topics, including many topics that tie closely to work in the city. So what I thought was, why don't we let faculty teach courses that are connected to that research that they're really excited about, so they can share that with students. And much as we would do with a graduate seminar or a senior level seminar where faculty are talking about their own research and sharing that with the students, why don't we see if we can do some of that with first year students in a way that's appropriate to their level, that's also going to help prepare them and tie thematically to what they did in Honors 1000. So what we say is we put out a call for that, and we say that it has to have some thematic connection to urban issues, but that it also has to follow a certain structure. There need to be scaffolded writing assignments. So, for example, they may start with a small writing assignment that's purely descriptive. They may later sort of build that from a description of something that's going on to an argumentative structure where they're bringing in research that they've done from other people who have written on the same topic. And that there's a lot of structure built into that. We encourage other things like community engagement and students doing oral presentations and things like that. But the structured writing assignment and the research training is essential. But the topics really are driven by what's exciting the faculty. And one of the things that I found is that students were really super excited to take some of these classes because the topics were kind of interesting topics, and they had enough of a variety that if a course on race and sports wasn't interesting to them, they could do a course on epistemic disagreement or on food or whatever it might be. There's been a lot of really positive reaction to it.
Okay.
There was actually an article in Today at Wayne last week, which I can ask Julie Miller to share with you, about our foundational seminars, and it highlighted the What Plagues Detroit seminar in particular, but it talks a little bit about the various other seminars and exactly what that structure is. So I'll have Julie Miller share that Today at Wayne article with all of you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks,
Mark,
Shirley.
I had a question. This is Dana.
Please.
Thank you for your presentation, Dean Corvino. The projects that the students are engaging in sound really exciting. I'm wondering, in terms of the COVID-19, and the particularly devastating impacts on Detroit and on the African American population, are your students beginning to look at those issues? That's my first question.
We're talking about, well, certainly we were doing it this semester, particularly in the course that focused on that. Of course, a lot of it happened very quickly toward the end of the semester when we were all scrambling, just figuring out how to put classes online and so on. But we're trying to be more intentional and thoughtful about the fall. We're going to be spending a part of the summer, Kevin Deegan-Krause, who teaches Honors 1000, and a couple of our senior lecturers are going to be working together to figure out how to convert that class to an online experience, because it's the lecture portion of it is a large lecture. And even if we go back to campus in the fall, we think it's likely, although this is obviously not my call, that large lecture classes are not going to look quite the same, so that will likely have to be an online experience. Mm-hmm. But also how we can incorporate some of the concerns of the current moment and the way that this has affected the city of Detroit. And so that's something that is still under development. I should add that I have a meeting with Peter Caborn of the Alumni Association on Monday. We, in Honors last year, took over the Arthur L. Johnson Urban Perspectives lecture series. We invited Melissa Murray to come from NYU Law School to speak. And when I say took over, we're now partnering with the Alumni Association. They wanted an academic partner. We're an interdisciplinary academic partner, so we did that. I wrote to Peter and I said, look, I don't know that we're going to want to have some big lecture event in the fall. It's still uncertain. But suppose instead of one big lecture, we did a series of lectures as part of the Arthur L. Johnson Urban Perspective Lecture Series dedicated to COVID-19 and to various issues, medical, sociological, ethical, arising from the COVID-19 challenge. And he thought that was a really interesting idea, and we're going to talk more on Monday about how we might make that happen. Again, it's a way of taking advantage of some of the expertise we have here. It's a way of contributing something to the community, and it's a way of acknowledging the way in which this has hit our city really, really hard. So we want to do something about that.
If we could get information or an invitation to that series, that would be wonderful. Thank
Absolutely.
you. And then the last question that I had was just in terms of the background of the students who are in the Honors College. What's the diversity look like of students who are in your college?
So the diversity has been a challenge that I've been working on. We are diverse in some ways. For example, we're very religiously diverse. We have a strong and very visible Muslim population, Christian population, Jewish population. Racial diversity has been more of a challenge. One of the things that I noticed in my first year is that, we're doing a course about the city of Detroit, and I look out and see very few African-American faces in the room. And so I looked at this and learned that our FIDIAC population tends to only be about 3% African-American, and most of those are actually from the suburbs, not from the city of Detroit. I think the Heart of Detroit Pledge will help change that. Only about 3% Latino, Latina. And so we've been trying to be very targeted in how we address that. Part of what we did is we started a Black affinity group to talk to the students and hear their concerns, and realized a few things. One is that we need to do better outreach to various communities to let them know that we have an honors college right here at Wayne State University and that this is a place for them. And so we are trying to be more visible at those kinds of recruitment events and more visible publicly in the things we do. Part of what we needed to do was to make sure that Honors 1000 really reflected the experience of diverse populations that grew up in the city, that it included perspectives. So we've been working very hard on that. And I was very fortunate that among our recent hires, Brian Ellis from PhD in sociology from Howard University, his work is on racial diversity. So he's been working very directly with me on both mentoring the Black Affinity Group and working on that. Ana Maria Flores, my community engagement manager, has been working with me so that some of the partnering we do on community engagement projects can not only include communities that we have traditionally reached out to, but also Latina communities in Detroit. But also, I think part of what we need to do is to make sure that the experience that we provide in honors is strong, is positive, is inclusive, is worthwhile for a wide variety of students, and we've been spending a lot of time thinking about that. I will say that while our numbers are very low for FIDIAC population, about 13% of our transfer or earn-in students in honors, earn-in are students who come to Wayne State, are not in honors right away, but do really well in their first year or so on and become parts of the Honors College. About 13% of those are African American, and so one of the things we've tried to do is to focus more on the earn-in and transfer population as well, because I think a lot of students come to the university and think, oh, honors, that's not really for me. I'm not, the academics is not, and then realize, no, actually, you are really strong academically, and you belong here. You should be part of this. And so focusing more on those populations, and one of the changes we've made in the last year, it used to be that only FIDIACs could do university honors, and any students who came in later had to do departmental honors. Well, we've made it an option now for FIDIACs to do university honors as well, for transfer and earn-in students to do university honors as well, if they wish to. But this is, I will acknowledge, Governor, that this is an ongoing discussion and an ongoing challenge. It's something that we all want to work on, and I'm open to all kinds of ideas about how we might work on it better.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing some of the strategies that you're using to try to enhance this.
I will say that while the group of African American students in particular is small, they're also very, very engaged, and we've done some terrific things together. Grace Sarah, our university art curator, and I went with a group of students over to the Detroit Collects exhibit at the DIA, which I think it's gone now, and of course you probably can't go to the DIA, but was a wonderful exhibition of art, and trying to do other kinds of cultural events, educational events, the kind of programming we do to be inclusive that way. So working with those students has made my job easier in trying to address these challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Any other questions? Good. Let's go on then, please, to...
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Nice job. Let's go on to Provost Whitfield, and we'll talk about establishing, as I said earlier, 3 programs and discontinuing 4. Provost, what I'd like to do is if you would explain each of those, and then you go ahead and ask for questions. I don't need to jump back in. And if there are no questions, why then you can just go on to the next one. And we'll do about 7 of these together, and then we'll pause again. Does that sound all right to everybody?
Governor Gaffney, could I just clarify, are we going to take a motion on the 3 that are being established and then a motion on the 4 that are going to be discontinued?
We can do it that way, or we can do it at the end of 7 and do them together.
Okay.
What's your preference?
It's a little easier for the minutes if we can group them by those that were established and those that were discontinued.
Then that's what we'll do. So Keith, if you'd please present the 3 establishments, and then we'll pause for a motion, and then we'll do the 4 discontinuances.
Certainly, Governor Gaffney. And I have my colleague Jeff Potoff to be able to fill in any color commentary on any one of these new programs being started. The first one is a BS in welding. This is an interesting, and I hope it's not going to be the last one that we see, which is a program that connects with community colleges, where students start at a community college and they do their first 2 years in welding, something thought of as a very technical sort of skill. And then they do an upper 2 years at Wayne State University. This program is going to meet the needs for advanced skilled workers, contribution to transportation, aerospace, agricultural, and defense industries. Are there any questions on that one?
Is it any community college? Or is it only certain community colleges?
I think it's going to be any community college that has a welding program with an associate's degree.
Yep, thank you.
Mark, I have a question.
Please.
I'm just curious as to, are there a lot of these positions available that's prompting the creation of this program?
Jeff, perhaps address the issue of the workforce possibilities for a degree such as this.
Yes, that's what I'm asking about.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Actually, so also Dr. E.C. Yaprak is here from Engineering Technology, who can also add some commentary on this. But my understanding is that Ferris State has a similar program, and they have a 2-year backlog for students to enter the program. That it's extremely popular, and so we think that there's going to be a high demand for the program, and Dr. Yaprak, can you add to that?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Actually, the community colleges reached out to us with the need, because the area community colleges that are giving the welding degrees, if the students want to go ahead and get a 4-year degree, they usually send them all the way to Ferris State. But Ferris State's degree is a 4-year degree, so they don't really have that much opening for transfer students. So there's a 2-year waiting list. So that's why we are going to be tapping to those students who are in need to get a 4-year degree and already have the 2-year welding degrees.
I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dana, but I think the question is, do we know about the workforce need for this? So are students going to come out and they're going to have 6 different job offers, or is it that they're going to come out and be trying to search for the 1 or 2 jobs that may be there and 10 people competing for them?
If I may answer that as well. So our alumni who are in the both welding and metallurgical engineering area, they are the ones that who actually hire these students. They also wanted a degree like this. So not only we're going to be, the 4-year degree will be in welding, but we are adding this with metallurgical engineering technology that is in need for these kind of workforce needs. So we have worked with those from industry that they need this kind of background.
Thank you. President Wilson and I serve on the Detroit Workforce Board, and I can tell you that welding is a needed component in a number of the building trades out there. Plumbers and pipe fitters, iron workers, even the carpenter's trade. So we hear about the need, at least anecdotally, quite often.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Keith, back to you.
All right, thank you. So the next one is a Master of Science in Robotics. This is a very interesting interdisciplinary master's degree. It actually arises from 3 majors: industrial automation, intelligent control, and smart control. And what they've done is to create a common 10-credit course of requirements, and then there's an additional 20, essentially, in additional requirements for each one of those different areas, as well as electives. Are there questions?
Yeah, thanks.
Hearing none, maybe we can go on to the next one, which is a Master of Science in Data Science and Business Analytics with a concentration in Statistical Science. There actually has been a master's degree that has been approved before that's an interdisciplinary master's degree between the College of Engineering and the Mike Ilitch School of Business. And when the math department was interested in creating their own big data science or data science degree, we were able to bring all of those folks together and see that there was significant overlap between some of the elements. And rather than to have it as a standalone, have it as another piece that deepens the expertise and I think even the branding of one of the strengths at the university, which is in data science and business analytics. And so statistical science will join that group and be an additional important piece of that growing area.
Any questions? So I have one. Do you consider this then a multidisciplinary degree?
Well, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, yes, it is. It gets people coming. You know, they don't have a lot of touch points. It's not like those programs are, you know, have 75 or 80% overlap. It's more like 25%. So students from different perspectives do get to interact with one another, at least at some level. Those that might have pursued a math degree as an undergraduate degree or an engineering degree or a business degree. And so it really does actually strengthen the students by being able to interact with people from different perspectives.
Okay. All right, if there's no questions, let's pause here to take a motion and a vote then to establish 3 new programs: Bachelor of Science in Welding and Metals Technology, Master of Science in Robotics, and Master of Science in Data Business Analytics with a statistics concentration. Could I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Could I get, I'm sorry, I just need to know who the maker was. Was that?
Bradwell.
Thank you.
And Michael Basuito seconded.
Right.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Very good. Thank you. Provost Whitfield, we'll go back to you for the discontinuance discussion.
So our first discontinuance to consider is an undergraduate certification in control systems. This is a program that's been in place for about 6 years. It's just been one that students have not enrolled. Jeff Potoff can add to this, but I think it's because the certification probably isn't sufficient to be able to compete in the workforce and provide and to have a credential that actually makes you a competitive person on the outside. So with no students in it, it just made sense to try to, take this one off of the books. Anything to add to that, Jeff?
So I just want to briefly add that this one actually, I have to thank our assessment process and underscore the importance of doing regular assessment, and that through the departmental assessment process, they recognized that this, control system certificate was not effective, not drawing the students that it needed to draw, and therefore should be discontinued.
Thank you for that shout out to assessment, Jeff. And I think that that's part of the reason why you'll see some of the other discontinuances is that we are really taking a look at our programs and making sure that we're providing the ones that are very effective for students, both in terms of the delivery of the programs, but also students vote with their feet. And if they're not in these programs, it's likely that they're just not important, or we may go through the assessment process and say we need to actually double down and guide students into some of those programs. So thank you for that comment, Jeff.
Yep.
Any questions? Hearing none, the next one is the discontinuance of a graduate certificate in orchestral studies. And I believe Laura Lee Keishley is on the phone to provide any details behind this. There's been a significant decline in enrollments in this program. Most students do a Master's of Music in Performance and not this particular graduate certificate. There's even been really a moratorium on accepting students since 2013, and the college thought that it was time to actually take this one off of the books. Anything to add to that, Laura Lee?
Nope, that's pretty complete, Keith.
Any questions? Hearing now, I'll move on to the next one. These next two are from the College of Education. The first one being a discontinuance of a Bachelor of Arts in Education with a major in Learning Design and Technology. There's really been no student interest in this program. In part, it may be due to the foreign language requirement. There's actually a BA and a BS. And with the BA, there is that foreign language requirement. And it seems like the students actually are working very well, and they have a good number of students pursuing the BS option. So they'll keep the BS option and are looking to drop the BA option of this particular major. Any questions?
Keith, I do have a question. This is Dana. So you're saying that the students are interested in the program that doesn't have the language requirement?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a lot of interest in that, but not in the other.
Right. You know,
Okay.
and I struggle, you may be thinking the same thing I am. I struggle with a little bit saying that, you know, learning a language is actually a good thing, but it's an additional, you know, challenge for students. And I think that there may also be some gain with something that's a major in learning design and technology to having more of a science focus to that degree as well.
Okay. Just another question, kind of general question. I know we had talked about an overall review of the programs or of the majors and minors that we had, because we have a large number of them. And I think we had talked, maybe it was a year ago, about how you are beginning to undertake a review of the majors that are available and paring down things that seem like they're duplicative or no longer, you know, things that students are interested in. How is that process going?
So that's a great question. There's actually a couple of different ways that we've been doing that. One is the encouragement of the deans to be looking at their programs where they don't have graduates and just say, if, you know, that would, you shouldn't be offering programs given, you know, we're always looking for and needing more faculty. We need to make sure that we're actually deploying them in the programs that our students need and that we need for our students. And so that's being done at the dean's level. Jeff brought up an excellent point, which is that we do assessments on a continual basis of our programs, as well as reviews of our departments on, I think it's a 7-year cycle. And so that sometimes comes up, and that's an opportunity to really look at what's happening in terms of the number of graduates from each one of the programs. You might notice, Dana, too, that you seem to see a lot coming out of education almost every single time. I think very actively looking at what they offer, but as well, some of their accreditation is kind of another source of how we are paring down and making sure that we're offering the programs that students actually need. The help of the accreditation process for each one of these colleges, specialties, is something that then gives us another look at what are the programs that we really should be having. If we don't have students in them, what's going on with them? And for the ones that really, there's no more interest in them, they've become, I think for education is the issue, they've really become kind of passé, and they're not useful in terms of students who come out in the workforce. So we've been paring those down. Education has been the most aggressive, but I'm happy to see that some of the other colleges are now trying to do the same.
Okay. Will we get just an overall update on the process and, you know, the ways we've been able to pare things down, or what we've pared things down to?
Yeah, I think you're trying to be a professor and give me homework, but I think that that's a really good homework exercise to do, and to say across the last 3 or 4 years, how effective, or not even how effective, but what have we done, and talk about some of the different ways that those have come up. I can work with the schools and colleges and come up with an overarching view of that. I can tell you I'd actually like that as well, because having that kind of feedback come back to the deans would be useful as well. So I'll begin working on that.
Okay. My last homework assignment of the semester.
I bet you don't stop any 12 months of the year. If there's no other questions, we can go on to the next one.
I've got a real quick point. Pulling that info together that you and Dana just discussed would be a good project for one of the students in the school, because what you add and what you discontinue is a description of how education is changing, at least for us, which we hope would be reflective of the rest of the world. Just a thought. All right, please continue.
No, very good point, Governor Gaffney. And next and last is a discontinuance of a Master of Arts with a major in Rehabilitation Counseling and Community Inclusion. The rehab counseling is considered part of counseling as a discipline. And nationally, actually, these programs are beginning to merge. There's a new clinical rehab counseling concentration within the Master of Counseling here at Wayne State, and it replaces this old program. So not a separate major, but it'll be a concentration within the counseling major. And so it will actually make it so that our program matches what the course that of changes that are going on in terms of the national discussion about how these different disciplines actually should be interacting and how students are trained. I think Paul Johnson's on the phone. Is there anything that I missed about that, Paul?
No, thank you, Provost. The two accrediting bodies for rehab and for regular counseling have merged. And so this was an outcome of that, as well as the national trend to merge these two together.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions then, let me suggest a motion, and then I'll ask if someone would make it. A motion to discontinue 4 programs: the undergraduate certificate in control systems, the graduate certificate in orchestral studies, the Bachelor of Arts major in learning design and technology, and the Master's of Arts major in rehab counseling and community inclusion. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Marilyn. And second?
Second.
Professor Ross.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. An aye. Thank you very much.
Governor Gaffney,
Yeah.
can I just interrupt for just a second and just call your attention that we've got about 4 minutes before the next meeting is supposed to start. We have a little less flexibility with these virtual meetings because of the way they're set up. I just want to just bring that to your attention.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to remind the provost of that. So we have 2 more brief items. One is pretty important, though, a revision of the Board of Governors statute. We refer to it as 2.43.03.240. It adds a student to one of the committees. Provost Whitfield?
Yes, Governor Gaffney. At the request of the board from one of our previous meetings, I forgot how many meetings ago since we've been going virtual and different, we're bringing this revision forward for consideration at the request of the board. Revision to the statute revises the language so as to institutionalize student representation on the GEOC, the General Education Oversight Committee. Currently, there promises no guarantee of student representation. I think this was brought forward by one of our student representatives. And so we've changed the language for that, as you can see. I do want to make an important note that this change was not discussed with the Academic Senate. I think that we were operating off of the comment and the request by the board, but we should have taken it by them. This was an oversight. It's definitely wasn't meant to cut them out of this decision-making process. And this is an oversight that we won't be repeating in the future. I would ask any of our Senate representatives if you had on this particular revision.
Yeah, let me speak to that. There was vigorous discussion within the policy committee about this issue, really because of the procedural aspect of it and the intense concern that this not set any kind of a precedent, because it's very important, particularly in this area of general education, that the Senate be consulted before amendments to the statutes be put forward in this body. And so we ultimately agreed that conditional upon Provost Whitfield putting that statement on the record that this would not be repeated, and that all future such amendments would be submitted to the Academic Senate well in advance. Subject to that, we have decided to accept this proposal.
Okay, well said. Thank you, Professor Roth. Any other questions or comments? Then let me suggest a motion to make that change and add a student representative to the General Ed Committee, and I wrote the word formally, to make that a formal addition to that committee. Is there a motion?
I'll move that.
Governor
Second.
Kelly. Governor Burrito.
Was that a second or a motion, Michael?
That was a second, Mark.
Yeah, Governor Kelly made the motion, I believe.
Okay, you've got that.
Yep.
Any last comments?
Yes, I'd just like to comment that I noticed that we're unusual among the universities in including students in committees, and I'm pleased to see us make this addition.
Okay, without setting, and the manner in which it was done without setting a precedent. Last issue, Provost Whitfield.
You need to vote on.
We need to have a vote on that. We need to vote
Oh,
on
I'm sorry. All in favor, please say aye. We missed the chorus of ayes. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Back to you, Keith.
Yes, the last point is an informational report on fees. I do want to mention that we actually have cut fees for spring, summer for courses that have consumables, things like beakers or sulfur, things that you would get in person, that since we are doing remote instruction, we wouldn't be using those, and so we've cut those to make sure that we don't apply those to students. We will see where we stand for the fall in terms of whether we'll be remote or in person, but if we're not doing those labs in person, we expect to again cut the specific fees for consumables for those various courses. Wanted to see if there was any questions about the report itself.
I have a question. This is Dana. So you're saying that these fees that you have here will be increased if you are in person, if you have courses in person, but
well,
otherwise.
Sure, there are some of those that are fees that go along with the courses, like for software that students are able to use, and they are able to use them at a distance. But things like cadavers that Applebaum uses, or specific kinds of consumables maybe that the College of Fine and Performing Arts uses, or something like that. Things that are used within person, we will come back to those. And, you know, these are just new ones. We look over all of them. Make sure that those are ones that we actually pull from what we charge students, so that they're not charged for things that really we have a fee to pay for them, and if they're not being used, the students don't need to pay for it.
Okay, but these new fees just assume that they will be using them all.
Yes.
Okay.
We start from
Thank
there,
you.
and again, if it changes, you know, we still have yet to make our final decision about how we'll be offering courses in the fall. And so once we make that, then we'll come back to these fees and all of the other fees and make sure that the ones, if we're remote, the ones that are for in person, that are consumables, we don't charge the students for those.
I'd like to ask a question about that, Mark, if I might. I'm
Please.
not on the committee, but the fees, one would think, could be used to continue the purchases of materials such as for the art classes, and then make them available to students even if the classes are online. In other words, for the students to use at home. And I wonder if there's been a discussion with, for example, art faculty, sculpture faculty, and other faculties that use materials like that, where it might be able to be used at home, and presumably the university purchase of those things would result in cost savings compared to what the students might do at home.
That's possible. I'd say that from this previous semester and for the spring, summer, for those kinds of courses, Dr. Beal, that you're talking about, which are really they're kind of these in-person, you know, hands-on for labs, for things where there's typically an instructor leading of those materials, those are the ones that we've excluded. But I can't imagine that there might be a possibility where a faculty member could say, no, make sure that those fees are there because some way, we don't know what the fall is going to look like, but maybe half of it's going to be in person, half of it's, I don't know what possibilities there are. But that could be worked out and could be thought of.
There's also another factor, Keith, which is that, as I understand it, the art faculty often buy materials with their own funds over the summer in preparation for some of those classes. And so I just think it's something that needs to be, where, as in many things, there needs to be more consultation with the faculty involved.
Well, we do consult with the faculty about the need for materials for their classes. In this last semester, we made sure that we sent out notifications to faculty that we wouldn't be using those. And I think we only had one where there was some special circumstance where they thought that the fee actually still did apply. I think it was the software piece of it. The example that you give is one of those things where we actually should be acknowledging the contribution that our faculty do, because when they go and purchase items for their class, hopefully they're reimbursed for them, but those are their choice. I think what we're talking about here are the fees that are levied to our students for things that are in the class.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Professor Beal. If there's no other questions, I would like to conclude the meeting 5 minutes late, with apologies to President Wilson.
Thank you. So I think, Julie, we probably need, about 5 minutes to reconvene?
Probably 2 minutes. We have to switch tapes, and we have to get the new students and faculty on if they know.
So this meeting then is adjourned, and we'll reconvene in 2 minutes.
Thank you.
We can keep this link up, though, right?
We'll reconvene then, and the Budget and Finance Committee will be chaired by Governor Barnhill.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Can we have the roll from Secretary Miller, please?
Thank you. Governor Barnhill?
Present.
Governor Kelly?
Here.
Governor Kumar? Governor Stancato?
Here.
Governor Thompson?
Here.
Professor Beal?
Present.
Paul Beavers?
Present.
Mazen Zamzam?
Here.
And Waleed Elawat.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Okay, great. I'd now like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our most recent meeting held on January 31st.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
I'm sorry, could I get the maker of the motion, please?
Stancato. Girl.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I got it now.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by the sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. We'll now move on to our next item, the contingency reserve by Interim Vice President Cook.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to share my screen as we go through the presentations today. And the first order of business is the contingency reserve. This requires approval of the board. And you can see in front of you the proposed transfers, which were for 3 searches that have been conducted, or are in the process of being conducted, I should say. And so if there are any questions about this, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, any questions, please?
I have a quick question. I just wanted to know if we typically pay more for searches for the VP. The VP of Finance and Business Operations is $175, and the others are $150.
Julie, can I ask you to answer that question? Because I'm actually not familiar with the variation in these contracts.
There has been variation over time. It sometimes depends on whether or not a search is expected to take longer, whether or not the cost of the search firm. Sometimes we come back and ask for additional funding if the initial amount of $150 is not enough. So you may recall that the search for the VP for Health Affairs was significantly more than $150. So it's an estimate, and anything more that if the funds are not spent, then it comes back, and you can see that did happen with another search that was funded.
Can I add to this, please?
Sure.
Governor Thompson, there was a special circumstance in this one also, because we were in the middle, more than in the middle of this search. And because of the COVID-19, we had to suspend it. And so we're going to resume the search from the beginning again next year when things have settled down. And so we've incurred some expenses prior to suspending the search. And then the candidates that we had, just only one of them are going to continue in the next search. And so that's why you see a little difference there in this particular situation.
Thank you, President Wilson.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing that there are none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the contingency reserve.
Is this informational? Do we need to approve this?
No, the contingency reserve transfers do need to be approved by the committee itself. They don't have to go to the full board, but the committee does have to approve them.
Okay. So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Governor Thompson and seconded by, I don't have the...
I think it was Governor Kelly.
Governor Kelly. All in favor, please signify by the sign of aye.
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 All opposed, please.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Let's move on to the next item, the financial statement, please.
So I'd like to introduce Brian Dady, who is our Senior Associate Vice President and Deputy Chief Financial Officer, to present the next presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good morning, everyone. Just as a reminder, the financial statements and materials were presented to the board's audit subcommittee way back in February 13th, which seems like a lifetime ago. So we're going to start just talking about the audit itself. This was conducted by our external auditors, Plant Moran. We actually have Katie Thornton on the line here from Plant Moran, the partner on the engagement, if we have any questions specific about the audit itself. Plant Moran also subcontracts with a firm, Allen C. Young & Associates, who perform the WDET audit. As a reminder, responsibility for the auditors is to provide reasonable assurance, again, not absolute assurance, that the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. Material meaning it's important to the institution, and those that are not, it's not of their scope. So there are 4 components to the audit engagement: the annual financial statements, the audit of the schedule of federal awards, that's the student financial aid, that's our research grants, a single audit of the WDET entity, which is required by the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, and then there's an engagement for NCAA procedures. If we move to the next slide. This is an overview of the audit results. So for the annual financial statements, we receive what's called an unmodified opinion. That's a clean opinion, the highest level of assurance that an auditor can give. One thing that we do annually is we pass on including the Nursing Practice Corporation, and the reason is timing. We don't have their financial information at the time that we need to finish our report. It is not material, so we just pass on including them. For the schedule of federal awards under the uniform guidance, this covers both financial aid and research and development. Research and development had no findings. The financial aid audit had 1 finding relating to the process to notify the National Student Loan Data System within the required 30 days. There were a few in the sample selected that did not meet that 30-day requirement. The WDET audit had an unmodified opinion, and then the NCAA procedures, there's no opinion given, it's just a report, and that's done every 3 years. This is a high summarized version of the income statement, or what's called as the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position in the financial report that's found on page 20. We include both the university financials as well as the foundation. Just quickly overview, operating revenues were down 1.9%. Operating expenses were up 2.3% for fiscal year 2019. We saw non-operating revenues, which is investment income, state appropriations, Pell Grants. That group was up by 6.8%. And the end result for the university was a decrease in our net position of $4.8 million. If you look at the foundation in the middle, they had a positive gain of 7.5. That's net of investment earnings, use of our endowments for things like scholarships and departmental support. And then our combined result was an increase of $2.7 million. The next slide will show the breakdown. I like to give the breakdown because our financial statements are complicated, and we have different funds that have different purposes and different restrictions, and I think it's important to understand each of them. So just to highlight a few of them, the general fund ended up in a positive position of $2.7 million. The designated fund had a decrease of $4 million, primarily driven by the salary reimbursement agreements, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. Auxiliary fund was decreased by 6.2, primarily from capital projects, from parking as part of annual maintenance program, and then some housing with Corvius, with some initial funding from the partnership going to immediate capital improvements. And then again, the foundation with the 7.5 positive return, showing the total combined net of 2.7. So with the next slides, we'll get into a little more detail, again, sticking to the key highlights. Net tuition revenue overall was flat. I like to look at net tuition revenue as a price volume mix. So if you think about volume, our overall credit hours increased for the fiscal year, but the mix change from more undergraduate students and less graduate professionals. Undergraduate have a lower tuition rate, higher discount rate, so less revenue. So that's how the mix impacts there. As far as price, it's has two components. Obviously, the tuition rate, and for fall of 2018, which is applicable for fiscal year 19, the increase in the rate was 2.9%. However, our scholarships and need-based aid increased as well, which negates a lot of that price increase. So with all of that said, the overall result was a flat result for net tuition revenue. State appropriations, our subsidy from the state for fiscal year 19 was a 1.6% increase. I just note for this year, the fiscal year we're in today, fiscal year 20, we only had a 0.4% increase. Non-governmental contracts overall down $14.7 million, and this is where the salary reimbursement agreements in the designated funds was impacted, as the affiliates no longer reimburse the medical school for certain faculty salaries. Then the investment income on the cash pool side, not the endowment. The cash pool had a return of $22.5 million for a 4.8% return, which I thought was a very solid return for the cash pool. Next slide gets into our expenses, and I like to look at expenses with an inflationary marker to compare. And the one for higher ed is the Higher Education Price Index, or sometimes called HEPI. And for 2019, of 2.5%. So if you look at our total operating expenses, so all the funds, and back out the non-cash scholarships and depreciation, expenses only increased 2%, so 0.5% below inflation, which I think is good. And then showing the general fund, which is the part of the operating budget that gets approved by the board along with the auxiliary funds. Again, of course, taking out the scholarships, increased by 2.4%, again, below inflation. And then looking at our balance sheet, again, this is a summarized version, and then you can find the full statement of net position on page 19 of the report. And really just to highlight some of the changes, the Corvius concessionaire agreement, Anthony Wayne Phase 2, was reported on our books, and you'll see that increase in non-current assets. That's the recording of the building. And then the other side is deferred inflows. So we have to record the benefit of that building over the life of the partnership. So you can't record all of that benefit or revenue all at once. It's got to be amortized. And then the non-current liabilities went down as we paid off more debt. And I think we can move on. Do we have another one? Yes. And then again, we like to look at the unrestricted components of the net position, so those that are not restricted from external parties, such as donors, such as grant programs and contracts. And 2018 is the first one in green. Total is $198.5 million. For 2019, it dipped a little bit to $192.4. And then the components there are designated funds with 88.2, general fund with 81 million, plant fund with 21 million. But I do note that the majority of, even in the unrestricted net assets, are designated to schools, colleges, and divisions in their carry forward, as well as designated to projects and programs. So with that, I think that concludes the overview of the audit. Any questions?
Yeah, Brian, I did have a question about slide 3, where you mentioned that you, in the audit, bypassed the Nursing Practice Corporation.
Yep.
I understand you're saying it's not material. Nonetheless, I would have thought that the audit would just include, since there's a timing difference, the fiscal year end that's included within the fiscal year end of the university, since they don't jive, so that you get some kind of running sense of how it is working within the university setting.
Well, that
is
would
there a
be a
reason why we don't do that?
Yeah, that would be a mismatch of revenue recognition. So you would be recording revenue in a prior fiscal year. So it was a decision made years ago that the inclusion was not material, and it was best to keep it clean and just be included as a past audit adjustment. So yeah, I think I understand your point, but I think
Many places do it the other way.
What's that?
I mean, often you do the fiscal year that ends within the year as part of what's covered. So.
Well, it has the same fiscal year, I believe. So then you've got a mismatch. Then I'd be booking fiscal year 18 revenue and expenses in a fiscal year 19, and I think us accountants don't like that.
Brian, I have a question when you're ready.
Sure.
And I don't know if I'm addressing Brian Barnhill or Brian Dady, but for you, Brian Dady, in what category, can you show me on your slide here, in what category do you have the PPAP funds housed?
They're in designated fund.
So, designated fund. What else is in that fund?
Lots of things. I mean, there's too many to name.
Okay, I mean, it's more than one item in that fund, though, right?
Oh, many. Yeah,
okay.
Many.
Okay, that answers my question.
How much is that PPAP fund that's there at this point, non-spent? Not all spent?
This point meaning today, or this point meaning at the end of
more
September?
Or less at the time.
I actually do not know that number. I'll have to get that.
And I guess just a related question, Brian, do we have an actual expenditure count for how the PPAP funds have been expended, since we now know that they are legally?
Yeah, I mean, there's accounting for all transactions. So yes.
Hey Brian, this is Sandy. I'm sorry, Linda, did you have a question?
I just asked if that was available for review.
I have a question. I'm not sure if Brian or who's going to answer Professor Beal's question, but at the end of 2019, our information for PPAP funds is $81.9 million.
That was just provided to you? I did not.
At the end of 2019?
Provided that to us.
I'm sorry, Governor O'Brien, you're saying that's the number at the end of 2019?
Yes, that's the information you presented, or you gave us yesterday. Right, email?
Is that a cash number or a fund balance number? Because those are different.
I actually thought that was the current number, but I don't have it in front of me right now, I'm afraid.
But to answer Linda's question, I think to answer Linda's question, I think there was a request made. I can't remember who it was, but one of the governors, and Rebecca said she was going to get all of that, but it takes time.
Just to be clear on why it takes time, the way that account is used is that revenue is transferred into it, and then at the end of each fiscal year, we fund the accounts that the money is going to, so where the actual expenses take place. So in order to put together the expenses on that account, you have to go to the individual accounts that the money flows to and find out what was charged to those accounts against that money. So you can't just look at that individual account. All you would see are transfers out as the expenses. It doesn't tell you how the money was spent, just that it was transferred to various accounts in the university.
It would be helpful to even know what accounts it's being transferred to at the end of each year.
So, do you have a general?
Yeah, so, it funds the health affairs budget. It funds significant parts of the medical school budget and smaller parts of nursing, pharmacy, and some expenses that come out of what I would consider undergraduate programs of the university, related to health activities, so public health, for instance, things like that. So it is dedicated to fund health-related programs.
Can we have that information fairly quickly then, Rebecca? Just the amounts that have been put into different specific accounts to support?
Yeah, I mean, that information for this year, though, we haven't expensed anything on this account this year.
Rebecca,
well, it would be nice even to see last year. I mean, it's a blind alley as far as I'm concerned. I haven't seen anything, so it's hard to
Linda,
know
as
how
I
to make
mentioned,
judgments about things.
As I mentioned, the request has been made by one of the Board of Governors. She's working on it now, and we'll get it as soon as she's done.
So this is Sandy. Is there any reason, Rebecca, that you couldn't share the information you gave us regarding the use of the PPAP funds in the chart you sent us? I put it together in a big chart, but it was your 3-page deal, and the only thing it didn't have was the 2019 numbers, which you were giving us piecemeal yesterday. Is there any reason that Professor Beal could not have that?
I think that's a decision for the president and the board to make.
I'd have to see what that is, Sandy.
Oh, so Rebecca, so Roy has not seen your chart that you sent us?
I don't know what you're holding up. I can't see it.
Well, I put it together. It was just a 3-page information titled "Use of PPAP Institutional Adjustments per Fiscal Year 2012 to 2018." And then it has, I think their higher level, a portion to the paying back the doctors, and then paying the nursing clinic, putting money in research and doing the undergraduate medical education scholarships.
Yeah. I think off the top of my head, if I'm remembering right, that shouldn't be a problem, but I'd like to take a look at it after this meeting.
Well, I have to say, Roy, that the lack of transparency in all of
All
these
I'm asking, Linda, is that I take a look
quite
to
a while.
see. All I'm asking is I take a look to see what it is, because I don't know what it is that we're talking about. It'll just take me a second after the meeting to figure out, to see what it is, and if it's appropriate, we'll make sure that you see it.
I mean, if it's Rebecca's accounting of the PPAP, where the PPAP money has gone into what accounts, I don't see how that should be hidden information from the Academic Senate.
Can we have some clarity on the issue of the balance? Rebecca, in your email you sent yesterday, you remarked that the PPAP revenue was around $25 million, and the year-end balance was $81.9. I think Brian may have had some clarifying statements there.
No, I think, I don't know, Rebecca.
I was going to say, I think Brian said that he wasn't familiar with the numbers that we were hearing, and honestly, without the information in front of me, I don't know it off the top of my head, and I don't have it in front of me.
So if this is Sandy again. So if in Brian's numbers on the page I'm looking at right now, which is 2019, it says we had in the designated fund 88.2% or $1 million. If the PPAP was 81.9 million, that leaves 6.3 in various other monies. Correct, Brian?
No, that was my comment. That is it a cash number or is it a fund balance number? So if there's any liabilities that are included in any of the designated funds, that offsets the cash number, and the equity is the other side. So it's, assets equal liabilities plus equity. So I have to know exactly what those numbers are before I can comment, because this would be the fund balance side. This would be the equity side. This isn't the cash side.
Right. And we were under the impression from Rebecca's note that it was the fund balance. At the end of 2019, that was the number, 81.959452.
There are funds that have deficits. Unfortunately, that will offset. So there are probably, hundreds of designated funds, and some of them, have positive, some of them have negative. So, but I can't speak specifically without seeing the data in front of me.
So, Brian, you're saying that some of the designated funds that have received funds from PPAP have deficits?
No. Just talking about designated funds in general. Yep.
Okay.
So this number, 88.2, is the sum of positive and negative balances in multiple funds. Many multiple funds.
Okay. All right, so I just want to wrap this issue up here because I could see it going on and on. Can we just summarize the main takeaways that some of my colleagues on this committee would like to have responses to? I know one is President Wilson is going to follow up on the chart that Governor O'Brien showed and review that prior to sharing it with Professor Beal. What are some
Academic Senate. Let's be clear. When I'm asking for sharing, it's for the Academic Senate Policy Committee in the Senate.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other issues that just need to be clarified before we move on to the next item? Okay. All right, so thank you. Let's move on to the next item, which is the authority to sell bonds.
I'm up again. All right, so we're bringing forth this recommendation to issue a bond series for 2020 with the bond proceeds in the range of about $115 million to $118 million. That number will fluctuate depending on what the interest rates are at the time of issuance. Have to know how much to capitalize as part of the interest. The one thing I do want to note is we're seeing more and more universities heading to the bond markets to improve their liquidity positions. And most recently, we've seen some pretty big institutions like Notre Dame, MIT, and even Harvard that are issuing bonds for operating purposes, liquidity purposes. So this is giving me even more confidence that this is the right thing to do. So when we first started looking at this, we were looking at a cost of capital of 3.3. And I do have the caveat that rates are going to change. They've changed. They're up a little bit more than that. But still, we expect to be very attractive financing terms when we get to market. We would issue on a taxable basis to give us the optimum flexibility for our use of proceeds and also how those proceeds are invested. And then the use of those proceeds in the immediate term would be to enhance our liquidity position. I think that is vital for this period of uncertainty. And we're seeing more and more universities looking to do the same. Ultimately, we want these proceeds to be used for projects, the State Hall project, which wouldn't go into construction until summer of 2021. That is an essential project, number one priority out of the master plan. I keep coining it really the linchpin of getting to the consolidation strategy. and then we've got to use proceeds to cover the capitalized interest through fiscal year 2021, as well as cover the issuance costs. And then any of the residual amount would be available for additional deferred maintenance projects, elevators, roofs, controls, all of that being having to come to the board for approval. Our next slide talks about the actual resolution. So the resolution would authorize us to issue bond series 2020 with proceeds not to exceed $118 million. That would be the new money portion. The resolution would also authorize us to refund debt, the Series 2013A. And again, if it's financially beneficial. At this point, I don't think it's on the table, but things will change over the next couple months. But if it's within our guidelines of a greater than 3% net present value savings, we would want to do that. You wouldn't want to do a refinancing standalone because it's just not enough and it wouldn't be economical. So we want to bundle it with this new money. The use of proceeds. So we talked about enhancing the liquidity position and perhaps being able to use proceeds for general business operations, as many other institutions are looking to do. We put a stipulation in there that we would only be able to tap into about $1 million before we would need to come back to this board for approval. We think that's a prudent thing to do. Proceeds would also be used to capitalize interest and cover the bond issuance cost, and then also fund the project plan with State Hall and then other projects to be defined. This slide just looks at our current debt profile. We have $446.4 million outstanding. This shows our debt service schedule, the principal, the interest, total current debt service, and then what the impact of a 2020 series would be. We would capitalize interest and not have any principal payments for fiscal 20 and fiscal 2021. The impact would start in fiscal 2022 with estimated debt service north of $6 million, probably a little bit more in today's market, but again, that's going to change based on the interest rates. One thing to note, again, our debt profile very similar to our peer institutions. We are not over-levered. We have a prudent amount of debt currently. So again, we say, why now? Why would we want to go to the market now? And I think there's very compelling reasons to do so. First, we have marked there as the low interest rate environment, very cheap cost of capital. Very attractive. Number two, which I think is the most important, is improve our liquidity position right now. We've got a period of uncertainty for a while. You want to enhance that liquidity position as best as possible. Again, we have a refinancing opportunity potentially, and as well as a State Hall renovation project being very, very essential. So I think there's very compelling reasons to get into the market right now. And then this one is about should we issue more debt? And I think the liquidity need is very, very important. But besides that, just looking at the need on campus to invest in our physical plant, the deferred maintenance liability, all of that need, and the other side of it is there's limited alternative options other than debt. State capital appropriations has not been consistent. They've not fully invested in university infrastructure. Philanthropy is really for unique situations. Donors are not typically looking to invest in deferred maintenance. And then our operating budget, it's a challenge enough just to balance the budget as is without having to carve out funds for capital improvements. So then the other side is, can we issue more debt? And this is more of a capacity and credit rating standpoint. Moody's has already given a negative outlook to higher education. I think there's going to be pressure on credit ratings anyway. I present here our key debt ratios and have color-coded them. The green shows that that's more in line with a AAA or a AA rated institution. The yellow is an A1, which is a notch down. We are rated as a AAA 3. So you can see some of our ratios I did a best guess estimate for 2020, but there's still a lot of variables there. But I would expect some of our ratios to slide a little bit into the A1 category. I would probably think that a downgrade is probably likely, either a change in our outlook to a negative outlook or an actual change to the A1 category. But frankly, that is not a big financial impact. The difference in interest rate is only 5 to 10 basis points, which is 0.05% and 0.1%. So very immaterial from a financial point of view. And then, so in summary, again, the importance of enhancing that liquidity position and having more cash on hand as we enter this period of uncertainty. The State Hall project being an essential project that we've got to do, and it really gets to our consolidation strategy of the master plan. Though credit rating change is likely not material, we do have the capacity in our balance sheet to take on additional debt, and we would look to capitalize interest, delay principal until fiscal year 2022 so that fiscal year 20 and 21 are not impacted.
Okay,
So
thank
with
you.
that, thank you.
I mean, and so, I'd also like to add, due to the uncertainty caused by COVID-19 and the increased financial strain that is causing on all sorts of institutions, you're seeing entities other than universities, such as governments and corporations, also taking advantage of the low interest rate environment in order to address liquidity needs. And so this maneuver would not only be in line with some of the actions that other universities are pursuing, but it's something that all sorts of institutions are looking towards as well. So with that said, I'd like to open the floor for questions.
Brian, this is Governor Thompson. Can you go back to your slide 18, please?
Can you tell me what's on that slide? Is it?
Just one more.
Yeah, the slide is on the use of the proceeds. And
This one.
it's,
Either one.
no, no, if you go to 18, and it
Next one
talks
down,
about,
back.
yeah, use of proceeds. So the last bullet point that you have, or no, excuse me. Okay, yeah, under the last bullet point, use of proceeds, the first dash says liquidity or general business operating purposes requires BOG approval for use greater than $1 million. The materials I have indicate that the board has to approve all expenditures in advance. When did that language get introduced? Because it seems to me, I understand the purpose of, getting these bonds. It's important to have liquidity. We have low interest rates, but there should be more controls over the use of this $32.7 million. And, I approve of, the expenditures, all expenditures being approved by the BOG in advance, not this $1 million amount.
So your issue is just $1 million?
Correct.
So it's a pretty small amount, is what I would say. And considering our total budget, $1 million is not a significant amount of money. It gives us a little bit of flexibility. It's not even that much flexibility. And if we need more than $1 million, everything else has to go to the board. I think you're seeing some other bond issues that do not have that stipulation and have given the universities full access to those funds for operational purposes. So, I think that's a good compromise to give us a little bit of flexibility, but the vast majority has to come back for pre-approval.
Could I add to that, Brian? I also, when I read this, as you know, I'm generally supportive of increasing debt at this point, clearly because it's a low interest rate environment. It's important, obviously, with the uncertainties we face, which are rather broad, to have liquidity backup. but it seemed to me that this particular language, there was a change, and I'm not sure exactly what has changed, but that was one of the changes, because I didn't have an opportunity to print it before, but I had looked at it before. It seems like there's language basically creating much more control by the administration and much less approval by the board in general. I mean, I thought, for example, that the decision to pay swap termination fees was something that the board would normally approve, and this indenture provides administrative approval for almost all of the kinds of later decisions that might be made about this set of indentures. So obviously those changes came.
What change? I'm not sure I understand, because
This
the only
isn't the
thing.
same document that was posted the first time I looked at it.
Right, and
I don't know
either, 'cause
exactly
Which
where the
document?
changes been made.
the,
Because
the actual authorization to sell bonds, when I printed it out, the second bullet point on the second page with respect to the $32.7 million or, other general capital projects and other items, the board had to approve all expenditures in advance. So that language, which required approvals by the board for use greater than $1 million, was not in that original authorization.
Hey, Rebecca, can you clear something up for me?
Yeah.
Because I thought
Yeah.
that we made something more restrictive,
Yeah,
not.
so let me jump in here with, we actually had 4 different versions of this document. This was the final version. When we originally reviewed it with Governor Kelly, we had the $33 million limit on what we could use without board approval. She suggested that that was too high and asked us to reduce it. I reduced it to $20 million after discussing it with Mary Ann Cunningham and Brian Dady as something that would be more reasonable than the $33 million, but still more in line with what other institutions do. And had a conversation with President Wilson, who remembered that meeting with Governor Kelly differently than I did. He said that, actually there was a step in between there where I understood that the 20 million number was too high and asked Brian and Mary Ann to have the lawyers redo the documents with everything requiring approval, and then had a conversation with the president where he said, no, what Governor Kelly asked for was $1 million. So I had them go back and change it back to the document that had 33, then 20, and used $1 million instead of 33 or 20. Unfortunately, in all this confusion over the last week when we were making these changes back and forth, my assistant sent forward the document that had every action requiring approval, and that was what got posted briefly on Friday morning. And when I saw that, I called Julie and said, that's the wrong document. That's not where we ended up. I'm sorry. She pulled it, and we provided the document that is now the document that's online and that's before you in this presentation. And I do apologize for all that.
So from my perspective, let me just say that I never saw the one that you're referring to, Governor Thompson, and the one I saw was the 33 million. I thought that, and the staff wanted that. My conversation with Chair Kelly was that we should restrict it to a small amount that will give the board more confidence in doing this. And so I talked to Rebecca and had her change it from an intermediate amount that they had decided I wanted to put up, which was 20 million, down all the way down to 1 million. And so as far as I'm concerned, I never saw anything other than 33 million and 20 million, and we brought it down to 1 million.
And the time between 20 million and 1 million, I think I had gotten a message from you, President Wilson, that no, that it, 20 million was wrong, that not to do that. And I thought that meant it was zero. So that's what we produced. And then when
that's
told
what
me it was
the
a
budget committee reviewed, the earlier document.
No, we reviewed what went up. Well, unless
what I saw
was
the earlier document. We didn't really talk about it or see the document
Professor Beal, that document was online for an hour maybe.
And
so anybody who pulled it down and downloaded it in that hour would have that document. But when we were reviewing on Monday with the Budget and Finance Committee, the document that was online was this document.
But all we talked about at that meeting was the idea of the wisdom of having financing at a low rate to support liquidity, and we basically were skipping over most details.
That's true. I mean, we had an hour to review a lot of material. This document, though, that you're seeing right now, this presentation, was what we had in front of us at that meeting.
Yeah, I spoke to this exact slide during that meeting.
Rebecca
quite
Brian.
frankly, $1 million is not going to be that big of a difference for us. So if no one's comfortable with $1 million, I'm perfectly fine with removing the $1 million and having all be approved. I mean, $1 million with a $675 million budget, quite frankly, is just not significant enough.
Yeah. And I would ask if the board wants to change it, if they would just change it to $1 so that we don't have to change the other language around it.
Yeah. And the only other thing I'll say is, and I'm fine with that too, I really don't care, but the one thing I will just mention to the board is that, particularly in a time of uncertainty, there will be a lot of requests of you then to maybe get involved with smaller expenditures if necessary. And I just want to just bring that to your attention. It may not occur, but it could.
This is
what's your pleasure here?
Brian, Anil Kumar, if I may interject. The principle behind the principle behind is that we want the money available. It's a safety net. So if it's a safety net at a low interest, that's a great thing. We agreed to that. At the same time, we do not want to sacrifice oversight. And so I think I would be very comfortable with the $1. And if things do happen where we need to keep coming more and more, then of course we can always make a motion or get into the board to open up 1 million, 10 million, or 30 million. But at this point in time, I think I would be very comfortable just by the principle of why we are doing it, to have both the advantage of the low interest but not lose oversight. So that's my recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a motion, Governor Kumar?
Well, there's still discussion, Governor Barnhill. I have a question. May I?
Brian.
Thank you. So my question is, once the board is given the materials and they're made available to the board, there should be no changes made to the material without redlining or notice to the board. So I get that, the $1 million versus, that you went from 20 million to 1 million to all. But what's concerning to me is I'm having a different take on this, and my take is once the administration gives us these materials and they're made available to the board a week before the meeting, there should be no changes unless you redline them or give us notice. Because mine says I have $1 million on mine, but that's not what Dana has, and that's not what Professor Beal has. So I just want to make a point. I'm not sure who does this or who continues to change them, but when that gets done, you must notify the board.
I take complete responsibility for this. I actually thought since the correction was more restrictive, that this would not be anything that would excite this kind of controversy. And I did not explain to Julie even what the change was. I just said, we gave you the wrong document. Please take it down. I'll get you the right document. So this is completely my responsibility, and I apologize for the confusion, and I hope that we can settle on a number that's agreeable to the board and move this on.
Yeah, just to second that, Governor O'Brien, I really didn't think that certainly if it was changing them from 1 million to 20 million and not telling the board, I can see that. But I think making it more restrictive from 20 million to 1 million, or maybe even from 33 million to 1 million, depending on which version, I really didn't think that was going to cause any angst on the board at all. So,
is that the only change that was made?
Pardon me?
Is that the only change that was made, Rebecca?
Brian, can you verify? My understanding is the only thing we changed was the dollar amount.
That's the only change that I made. I actually did not see the document that said that had zero, that didn't have any dollars.
So I had asked Mary Ann to do a document like that, and it required more language change than just, it was removal of a sentence or two. Honestly, I don't remember the details of that, but
that makes it harder to know if you've read one version and don't see redlining.
Is Mary Ann on the call?
Professor Bill, forget about the one that was up for an hour. The one that was presented previously, the only change between that and this was the dollar amount of 33 million.
Rebecca is saying there were more changes in the one I looked at.
That was just to the one that was posted in error. Because when you go from a dollar amount to zero, it requires some other language change, is what Rebecca is saying.
And what I'm trying to be completely transparent about this. We had literally 4 different versions of this document. 3 of them, the only difference was the dollar amount. 33 million in one, 20 million in another, and 1 million in a third, okay? But there was also, last week, a document that said any amount had to have approval. And I gather that Mary Ann is not on this call.
Mary Ann is on.
Oh, Mary Ann, so can you clarify that the only change in the 3 documents with the dollar changes was the change in the amount?
That is correct.
And the document that was posted on Friday morning had 20 million, and this document has 1 million. That is the only change in that document.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to move forward then with entertaining a motion to change the dollar amount from 1 million to $1. I think what we just saw here is a healthy tension that arises when you have oversight and management trying to act in a expedient manner. And so on one side we have an innocent mistake. On the other side we have a group of folks who are really intent on executing their responsibility of oversight. And so with that said, I hope we can move forward. I'd like to entertain that motion.
So can we clarify what the language is going to be, Governor Barnhill, on the second bullet point of the resolution? Because mine starts out 33 million for other general capital projects. It used to be 32.7 million, and then the only other change is the last sentence, right? Changing it from 1 million back to all expenditures would be approved by the Board of Governors in advance. Is that what we're doing here, or all expenditures above $1, $1 or higher?
Yeah.
What's the language?
So here's the language right here. Any expenditures for operating purposes above $1 million, and we can simply strike the word million, would be approved by the Board of Governors in advance.
Okay. I also had, before talking about that bullet point, I had a question about the first bullet point. So it's probably good to talk about that before amending this.
Governor Thompson, do you mean this bullet point or do you mean on the slides?
The $85 million bullet point on that particular slide on 25. My question is about the last couple of lines in that first bullet point, where it says an application for state appropriation funds has been submitted. In the event that funding is secured from the state, project funds will be reallocated to other projects identified in the master plan and as approved by the BOG. So this is saying that the funds may be reallocated to other projects that the board has approved?
No, that the board will need to approve. We'd have to bring forth a capital project for the board to approve. So this is, I mean, the State Hall project was submitted to the state, potentially getting $30 million. But considering where things stand with the Michigan economy and the fact that they've already suspended current capital projects, it seems very unlikely. But since we are going to issue on a taxable basis, and if, you know, for some miracle we're able to get state funding, the taxable basis will allow us to move the funding to other projects. And then those projects have to follow all the normal protocols that they do coming forth to the board to be approved. But okay. I see what you're saying, but yes, that's correct.
Okay. So
could I also make a point there about the language? Not only does the second bullet point towards the end have that 1 million operating purposes, but item 1 of the resolution itself would need to be amended to comply with that, since it ends with shall not exceed 1 million.
I couldn't find that. Can you tell me exactly where that is on the resolution?
Look at the resolution. Look at item 1. Go down from the whereases, now therefore. There's item 1. Go to the bottom of that, which is the next page. So the bottom of item 1 on the next page.
Thank you.
That also has to be changed to comport with that second bullet.
Absolutely. So we would take off the 2 commas and the 6 zeros. Thank you. I couldn't find that when I was looking for it. I appreciate that.
You probably should write it out as $1, and it would be better. Let me ask.
Write that and put $1. The words $1.
Let me ask a second question, which is about the capital projects that could be funded other than State Hall. I assume there was some question about the language that said has hitherto or henceforward will be approved the definition of project, which is in the indenture itself. I have to find that again myself. I think it's at the very end, Exhibit A, at the very end. So the other things that funding might be used for that are capital projects, it says heretofore or hereafter approved with identified total. So am I clear that a project that has any amount that comes from this funding would have to come before the board or have to have already come before the board, a capital project, before the funding could be used for it?
That's
which is the reason you're using operating purposes for that exclusion, that other exclusion we've been discussing.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay, so you could not, all right. I wanted to be sure of that because that seemed a little bit vague with the heretofore, because that could be a sort of tentative approval where usually we think it's coming back to the board before it's actually a funded approval.
The intention would be to not spend more than $1 of this money without board approval under the changes that have just been proposed.
Okay, thanks.
So Governor Barnhill, I have a maker of the motion, but not a second, and so I
second.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion to change the amount requiring board approval to $1, and that also being amended in the resolution as well, please signify by the sign aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Let's move on to the next item, which are dining rates and housing rates.
Well, actually, once you vote on an amendment, you have to then vote on the amended item.
I think
That was an
that he was
amendment.
doing it all inclusive.
I think the motion included the item.
I believe, Professor Beal, that the motion was to approve the authority to sell bonds with the amendment of $1. But if I'm not correct on that, please advise.
I think my motion was actually that we amend the language, but, you know, to be safe, I would say we should vote to approve the amended language, to approve the full resolution with the amended language.
I thought that's what the motion was, but
That's what I thought I voted on.
Yeah.
The motion was on the
Just to
amendment.
make sure, hey, we can just make sure we're all on the same page here.
Just to be comfortable.
Yeah, so would you mind, Professor Beal?
Then I move that we approve the bond issuance.
Is there a second?
Second.
As amended, yes.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next issue.
And the next issue is the FY21 dining rates and housing rates, and I would like to ask Tim Michaels, our VP for Student Auxiliary Services, to cover this presentation.
Good morning, and thank you for the time this morning to give you the annual update on activities related to residential life on campus. Rebecca, if you would go forward to the agenda. Thank you. What I'd like to spend a little time with you this morning talking about is kind of giving you a snapshot of where we currently were this year and things that happened on campus, and then talk about room rates that have already been approved by the WSU Corvius partnership and how that happened. Then discuss really with you a total rework of the campus dining program in all three phases that impact the campus community, and then present for your recommended approval board rates for next year. So if we could move on, again, please, thank you. So this is the slide I share with you every year, and it really shows that, I should say I've been the university's chief housing officer for 12 years, and during almost all of that time, the demand for housing on campus has continued to grow and be significant. And so we have continued to respond to that demand through a variety of activities, and you'll see that there has been a general upward march for the number of students living on campus. On this slide, you'll see to the middle right two red lines. What that is really showing is that in the Housing Facilities Master Plan, which the board approved in January of 2016, in the 10-year plan, there was anticipated to be these few years of disruption in both capacity and occupancy as we implemented the plan. And as you know, and I'll speak to in a minute with another slide, for the last 2.5 years, we've had a series of new construction, demolition, and renovation activities, which has changed the complexion of the housing offering for campus. And so what you see in September 19 is a slight decrease in the number of students living on campus, and that was anticipated, and we expect that change to resolve itself over time. The bottom part of this slide is just to show you that over the last 10 years, demand has been consistently above 90%, except for that 1 year in 13 where we had our smallest FIDIAC class, but demand remains strong. Next slide, please. As a snapshot from last fall, just to show you, as I do every year, you can see that the residence halls are almost 60% of the students that live in our traditional residence hall buildings are 19 years old or younger, and that really speaks to the annual demand from our FIDIAC class and a 5-year trend in returning students, either second-year students for housing or Wayne State students who did not live with us the first year, but then come to live with us in the second year. And the difference from last year to this year, as you see in the bottom left graph, is really about the loss of occupancy is really attributable to two things. The continuing reduction in the number of international students that are living on campus, and the reduction of graduate students and families living on campus. Both of those have been in decline for a couple years now, and continued again this year. The undergraduate demand continues to be consistent or grow, and so the only demand we're really seeing is in those two populations, or loss is in those two populations. The chart on the right is important because it shows that continuing as it has been for several years, campus housing is more diverse than the overall university and is majority non-white. Students who live on campus evaluate that very highly as an environment in which they enjoy living. And we think this is a real positive for not just campus housing, but for the campus as a whole, that we attract a very diverse set of students who want to be in Detroit, want to live on campus, and want to live with each other. We go on, please. So just to review for you where we sit, you know that we do not have a housing requirement, and so philosophically, our goal is to offer housing to anyone who wants it. And to do that, we have to remain competitive and provide offerings that attract students to the campus. And so you'll see here that the red dot in the center of this slide is the average room and board rate for freshmen for all of the Michigan public universities. And you can see the green bar of Wayne State. We're right at the average of last year. Next slide, please. Just to mention that facilities master plan again, activities in the last year. You know that we opened the second phase of the Anthony Wayne Drive apartments. It has proven to be very popular with students. The second phase opened, actually both phases together were over 98% occupied. At the same time, across the street in the summer, we did demolish the DeRoy apartments, and Chatsworth Apartments, also in the residential precinct between the old DeRoy site and the Student Center, has been closed for the last year, undergoing a renovation and conversion from apartments to suites. That is supposed to open for fall 20. I'll speak a little bit more about that a little later. Right now, that is in question. We did also do significant work at University Tower Apartments. Those are in the master plan. Those are really focused to be the place to create a graduate and family center. And so we continue to improve that area as we try to attract and raise our market penetration for those two markets. Next slide, please. So then briefly just to touch on how we set room and board rates every year. And this is both the same for the partnership and the discussions we have about room rates every year, and then about dining as well. We know that housing and dining costs are part of the overall cost of attendance for students. And so we work closely with financial aid each year as they set those budgets. We know that because campus housing and dining is voluntary, we have to be competitive, as I mentioned before, and offer a good value to students. The WSU Corvius Housing Partnership, which started in December of 2019, the board gave the partnership the authority to set room rates at 3% or below each year. Anything above that has to come to the board for approval. And so at the February 25th meeting this year, the room rates for next year were set at 3%. That is a constrained rate that was promised by the partnership, and this is the third year we've had 3%. And as you'll see in a minute, that is below the off-campus inflationary increases for housing. And then I wanted to mention it because as we talk further about dining, the last bullet here is that we use food away from home, one of the CPI indicators from the federal government, looking at the inflationary increases in food each year. Inflation did hit pretty hard this year. In dining, 3.9% is the figure for year over year. But you'll see as we talk about dining that we've mitigated almost all of that in the redefining of the program. So if we can move on, please. Since 2010, the program and our growth and our offerings have really been driven by a series of housing market demand studies. We try to use an assessment model to understand what is it not only do today's students want and need, but also what is the demand going forward. And so the housing facilities plan, which was approved by the board, was based on the market demand study done in 2014. The partnership with Corvius that was joined in December of 2017 was based on a 2016 market demand study. And so this past fall, we did a 2019 market demand study to understand what changes might have occurred in the marketplace since we started the partnership. And so the good news that has been very consistent over the last 10 years is that for those students that live on campus, they feel it was a good investment and it has a very positive impact on their experience. You can see just since 2016, the first bullet, there's been a 10% increase in those students who say that it's been very positive for them. You'll also see going down, 95% say it helps them with their ability to orient to the campus, to be more successful. And then very importantly, 96% of students that live or have lived on campus say they feel like they can do that very safely. Safely is very important. We think that's a major reason why students feel safe coming to Wayne State, is because we are in the city, but we have lots of things that we do in housing and in coordination with the campus police to make this a very safe environment. And that safety is one of the three most highly rated parts on the most recent demand study. Location, people want to be in the city, they feel safe living in the city, and then the sense of community that exists in the residence halls and apartment complexes. And I give a lot of credit to our staff, the RAs and the desk attendants and the community advisors and our professional staff who work with students every day who live on campus. And that is noted and appreciated by students in these surveys. Now, the changes since 2016, and there were some significant ones, the market demand studies prior to this most recent one showed steady growth and was based on assumptions about the university's strategic plan, which had us growing both international and graduate enrollments. And since I just mentioned on an earlier slide that those have been the two areas where we've been seeing actually declines and not increases, the 2019 demand study showed that now that we've built the beds that were projected to be needed in 2016, we actually have less demand. And so we showed a swing from excess demand in 2016, even after the construction and renovations, now to having some extra space. That is not a bad thing. We believe that as we get through that period of disruption and the campus can see the offerings and get used to it, that those beds will be taken. And the other thing it does, it provides us those three opportunities at the bottom to really continue to, now that we have space, to grow in these three areas. We discovered from the master plan that the assumption that most graduate students just want to live in apartments is true, but that there is a segment of the graduate population who would prefer to live in a suite-style housing area with a flexible meal plan option. And so you'll see in a few minutes that we are going to pilot that for this coming fall. We have room to continue to grow that 5-year trend in more and more students retaining in-campus housing every year. And that's really tracking along with the growth and retention of the university as a whole. And then it will allow us to expand our service to the community. While we have these additional spaces, we can grow our guest and intern housing programs. We already do a very large intern housing program in the summer, led by Quicken Loans, but also several other businesses in Detroit use that service. And we're now going to be able to offer it during the academic year as well. And there seems to be significant interest in the business community to have this opportunity for their interns. So if we could go on, please. Next slide. So these then are the housing rates that have been approved by the partnership at their February meeting. You'll see that all of the rates go up 3% for housing. In Atchison and Ghaffari, the second rate that's listed is that large single option. That's taking a double room suite with a private bath and converting it for single occupancy. And we're offering one floor, that's 40 rooms, to pilot that at that rate and at the meal plans that you'll see shortly, to see if that meets a demand in the graduate population, as well as we believe upper class students will also be interested in that. So the next slide, please. I wanted to mention here specifically about University Tower Apartments. So in the master plan, I said that UT is anticipated to be our family and graduate center. In the last year, you may remember that several graduate students came and spoke to the board about concerns about affordable housing for graduate students. And so we particularly researched this as part of our demand study to understand whether the on-campus offerings for grad students were in fact a value for them as compared to the surrounding community. And you can see here the results are a resounding yes, that UT apartments, there are 30 apartment complexes around the university that students tell us that they live in. And as we benchmark against those apartment complexes, you'll see that the average monthly rent off campus is significantly higher, double-digit higher, than in all three of the types of apartments that we offer at University Towers. So that's not to discount in any way the affordability concerns of graduate students, but it is to say that the university is trying to continue to provide affordable options within a market in Midtown that is expensive. In the market demand study, we learned that the average rates off campus have been going up 4 to 6% a year. And on campus, we've been holding those increases to 3%. And so we believe at least UT, and in the way we're able to offer it today, does provide an affordable option for grad students. And there is space there today for grad students who want to sign up for it. So if we could go on then, please. I really wanted to talk about a new strategy for dining services. In 2013, after a full RFP process, we hired Aramark Corporation on a 14-year master lease that had them investing over $7 million in our facilities and operations. And that master agreement is implemented through a series of shorter sub-agreements. This June is the end of one of those 5-year subcontracts, and it really gave us the opportunity to look at all three components of the program and how they're serving the campus community: catering, retail on campus, and then residential dining. We have our annual assessments we do some, Aramark does their own voice of the consumer surveys, and then we do our market demand studies as well. And we developed a list of things, an inventory from all the feedback from students over the last 3 years, that we decided to break the mold and start over on designing campus housing. So this is not an incremental change. This is a reconfiguration and a rebudgeting of the entire dining program for campus. And what I've done on this slide is to highlight for you some of the major changes that have been requested and that we've been able to incorporate into the program. So catering specifically, university policy requires that most apartments spend their money with the university's approved caterer, except for any small expenditures under $200. We have agreed to remove that exclusivity for Aramark and WSU Catering for all events under $1,000. Catering does about 5,000 events a year, and at least 4,000 of them are less than $1,000. And so it really opens up the ability for competition around price and also around choice. We do obviously have concerns and want to control the use of our facilities and make sure that we can ensure food safety on campus. And so we will be working with procurement and with our health safety officers to create a pre-approved list of caterers. And we'll build that list based on looking at all of the caterers that have been used over the last 3 years on an exception basis by others on campus. So we believe we'll be able to build a list of caterers that will provide much more choice, a lot of variety around type of food, and also different price points, which should be very attractive to the campus. We also are removing the requirement to use WSU catering at all from the medical campus and from the Illich School of Business. And that is basically around a logistics issue. All of our central catering kitchen is in McGregor. We've now learned after several years of going to the med campus and then the new business school, traffic on Woodward, the ability to get down there, what happens if we forget something, the difficulties. And so we still expect to earn the business at those two locations, but we are dropping the requirement that they use them. For retail on campus, we really have two types of retail, food retail. There's that's controlled by our meal plan provider, our food service provider, Aramark, and then there are those that are independently leased. And there are 3 locations that are currently run within the meal program, Freshies, Wingstop, and Einstein's, which all have small, loyal followings, but which really underperform for the most part. And we always need the capacity on campus in a normal circumstance. We also did a retail study 2 years ago and understand what are the next concepts that the campus community would like to see on campus. One of them is a sushi concept, which we currently don't have. We need to replace Wingstop with a faster chicken concept in the student center. And then Einstein Bagels, we're going to close and merge it with the Starbucks next door to provide more seating. The Anthony Wayne Starbucks is very busy and could use that additional seating throughout the day. We also plan to add a food concept to State Hall once the State Hall renovation is finished. That was also a large demand from our student population, especially serving evening classes. We could go on, please. Residential dining is a very central part of satisfaction in campus housing because anyone who lives in a housing facility that doesn't have a private kitchen is required to buy a meal plan. All of our meal plans have cafeteria passes and then what are called Warrior Dollars, which are additional dining dollars that are added to the meal plans and are spent through the use of swiping your one card, your campus identification. We scrapped all of the existing meal plans that were available for on-campus residents and then rebuilt them based on a lot of feedback that we received. The most important of those was the desire to break the monopoly on the use of the Warrior Dollars. Warrior Dollars heretofore have been part of the meal plan and only used in locations controlled by our food service provider. We now have an agreement to expand the use of those Warrior Dollars to really any food service provider on campus who wants to join the program. That will give students much more choice and also different price points. All of the new vendors along Anthony Wayne Drive can participate. And so we're starting to build that program now this summer, inviting those other locations into that program. And the other benefit to students is that the Warrior Dollars being part of the meal plan program, they are tax exempt for students. And so that's a 6% savings over using cash or credit card at any of these other locations. And it's just added value for students. We're moving late night dining out of the student center. It's overgrown every night. We serve between 450 and 600 students in the lower level of the student center. We're moving that to the Towers Cafe. As you know, we also have the current construction program to expand the cafeteria there. And we're adding a 4th meal period. So students will actually have almost full access to everything in the Towers Cafe, all of the food stations. And you'll be able to eat at the Towers from 7 a.m. to midnight almost every day. A couple other things I won't mention there, but other amenities we're adding to the program. We are moving all of our meal plan purchasing to a new technology platform, which will make it much more easy and less confusing for parents and students. Upper class students have a lot more choices for meal plans, even to the point of creating your own meal plan on this new technology. I did want to mention in particular the guest meal program, which is the fourth bullet from the bottom. This was something that students have been asking for. We added guest meals to the meal plans 2 years ago. And after the first year, our dining provider volunteered to return 1,000 unused guest meals to a pot of meals that we now use and distribute for students who are food challenged. And so there's a process on campus where students can access those free meals. That 1,000 initial donation will be gone at the end of this fiscal year. I'm sorry, this calendar year. And students have asked for the opportunity to make their own decisions about donating those those guest meals. And so that program is being created in conjunction with the Residence Halls Association leadership to create a program that allows students to make decisions about donating their own meals to help their fellow students. And so we think that's a win-win for everybody. Last three bullets on here are really about terms of the contract. Aramark is raising their contribution to annual maintenance. We've indexed our rent payments to inflation now to the cost of meal plans. And the last bullet, important, is that we've added KPIs to the program, and that Aramark has dollars at risk based on their individual performance to those KPIs. So the next slide then really is what those new meal plans look like. The ones in red on the left are the new plans that are replacing the old plans in black that they're grouped with. And what we did for freshmen was we took the 4 meal plan choices that they had in the past, the 3 Warrior Passes and the weekly 15, and created 3 new options all at the same price point. Lots of confusion in the past from parents and students, especially of new students, about which meal plan to pick. How do you change among the plans? We're making it very simple. They're all priced the same. So you can have a meal plan as a new student that gives you unlimited access, which is what our Warrior Pass is, 15 entrances a week, or a block meal plan that gives you a number of blocks per semester. So you can use 20 of them one week and 2 in the next week, spread them out over the whole semester. And then, very important, the other thing we did was we added Warrior Dollars to every plan. So the equivalent plans, and we're going to show you on the next slide the example. If you would just move on, Rebecca, to that, let's talk about that example. The example that's highlighted here is the weekly 15. And in the red box on the bottom right, you'll see that current plan costs $1,915. The new weekly 15 plan will cost $2,090. So that's an additional cost of $175 per semester. But the new plan adds 300 more Warrior Dollars per semester to the weekly 15. So you're paying $175 more, but you're getting $125 more dollars net for value of the plan. And so in every one of these plans on the left, you'll see that we increase the Warrior Dollars. We know that there's about $5 million in cash that's spent on campus every year, and some of that is student cash. And by providing additional Warrior Dollars and allowing them to be used at all of the locations that join the program, students will have not only that convenience, but also be able to save that 6%, which is the tax exempt, and then also to say that if you buy additional Warrior Dollars for your plan, those are always also discounted. You may pay $85 for 100 Warrior Dollars on that new technology platform. And so there are multiple ways that students can use discounts and then use those Warrior Dollars elsewhere on campus. The other important thing I want to mention is what's at the top on the right. When we looked at that pricing, we were trying to pay attention to affordability. And we know that in the past we had given freshmen 4 different price points to choose from. And the lowest price point was that $1,915. And as we studied the plans, we saw that only 30% of freshmen were actually picking that plan. That they were picking other plans either because of the entries to the cafeteria, but most likely because of the additional Warrior Dollars offered. When we looked at all residents that were required to buy meal plans, because upper class students also are required to buy meal plans, the average meal plan cost was actually $2,049. And so when we actually compare the 2090 base plan that we're proposing, resetting the base plan to be that $2,090 a semester, moving from the 2049, which is the average price of all plans that are purchased, it's only a 2% increase. And you'll remember earlier I said that inflation alone in campus dining was almost 4%. And so by zero basing the budget, rebuilding the budget, looking at participation rates and the offerings, clearly we're hoping that more commuter students will buy plans, which will contribute to the program. And so we were able to, what I think was create a great value with new pricing. If you move on then to the next slide, I also wanted to just provide a little bit of context. Freshman room and board rates are how Michigan public universities kind of compare themselves. And the meal plan component of that varies wildly among the schools and is sometimes less obvious because they package them together. But what you can see here from a base dining rate standpoint, as we've been able to infer it from our other Michigan publics, is that the average meal plan cost for the base dining plan for freshmen is that red dot in the middle of the upper graph. And that Wayne State is currently right below that, kind of right at that midpoint of all of the others. But if you actually look at our unlimited access plan, which is the lower graph, and which will be priced at that new, one of those three new plans that are all at the same price, we're over $800 cheaper. Do I have that right? Yeah, $800 than the average of those schools that offer unlimited access plans. So that is a significant value for our students, and is available not just to freshmen, but to all students who may want to buy into that program. In fact, even if you put the next year's rates, which I'm going to ask you to approve, into this chart, we will not change our relative position. We will still be that large value in the unlimited plan. So then if we move on, these are then the new rates that I'm asking you to approve. You don't see much in that 2019-20 annual column because we got rid of all those old meal plans, so there's no comparison rates. The new rates are that 2090 base semester plan, which is $41.80 for the top three plans for freshmen. Upper class students can choose from any of those 5 plans. And then we did keep the block plans. The block plans are primarily bought by faculty, staff, and commuter students. And we are increasing those. You'll see that the rates have gone between $5 and $10 per plan. Those plans haven't been increased for 3 years. And so we did decide to bump those up, as I said, $5 or $10 for the blocks. I mentioned here again the different drivers. Aramark did just negotiate its new labor contract with increases for its full-time staff. And so all of that was taken into consideration, and we still believe that we've been able to create a greater value for students in all the ways that they have been asking for it. So then our last slide is really just to talk about the freshman room and board package. The room rates already are approved at 3%. And then I always show you the increase from year to year. The freshman room and board package absolute increase is $540, which is over 5%. But remember, there is no apples to apples comparison because the meal plan that's in this $540 actually provides $250 more value than last year's plan. And so the actual increase, if you were doing apples to apples, would be under 3% for our increase in terms of value. Upper class board, room and board packages here. This is the average plan. Upper class students can lower their costs by choosing other plans. So with all of this being said, I would ask you to adopt the resolution that's in your packet, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you would have.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to bring everyone's attention that we are about 16 minutes into the next committee meeting, So I ask that you just please be mindful of our time as we enter into this phase of question and answer. Thank you.
Brian, I do have a comment and a question. I noted, I assume the press sometimes looks at these slides, and I noticed on slide 44 that it erroneously stated that the Corvius agreement requires at least a 3% increase, and it allows at most a 3% increase in rates. That was correct on one of the later slides, but it was not accurately stated on slide 44. I would just suggest that be fixed. And slide 51 needs to add that it's 2021 per semester for any external parties that look at these and don't have that information clear. But I do have a question, and it's really related to the question about the kinds of food services we have on campus. And I know that several people were really dismayed to see La Pita leave. And I understand now Freshie is being replaced by Sushi. And I'm one of these people, when I go to a dinner with colleagues at the ABA tax section meetings, there's always some guy in the group that says, hey, let's just split the bill evenly, and then orders an expensive steak and one of the highest cost wines. And the problem for me is I'm a vegetarian, and at those meetings I don't drink as much. So I end up footing the bill for others. I wonder if there's ever been a consideration here about that importance of having vegetarian alternatives as the number increase, and also perhaps of having some differentiated food costs for those that eat less expensive foods. I noticed, the meat cost expensive going up 5.5%. Obviously, that's not something a vegetarian eats. Don't know how doable that would be, but I wonder if it's been considered.
So thank you for those questions. First, the clarification that the information on slide 44 actually is correct. And it's a common confusion. The first 5 years of the partnership actually requires that that the increases actually be 3% or greater. And the partnership has been voting every year to have that 3%. After the first 5 years, the lenders cared less about whether we would go less than that. But in the first 5 years, the 3% is actually the floor, not the ceiling. The board requirement is the ceiling, that anything greater than 3% has to be
requires
approved
board approval
by the board. And so they're easily confused. I understand your question. The other thing I would say about choice in general, vegetarian is very popular on campus. We actually have a fair following of faculty and staff and community members who come to Golden Greens, which is our vegan vegetarian kosher facility that is in Ghaffari Hall. There are vegetarian offerings also at the Towers Cafe. And then some of our new vendors along Anthony Wayne Drive, I think, are going to have some really interesting options. It's one of the great reasons why expanding the use of the Warrior Dollars are going to give students more choice. So while I have to admit we probably haven't used price point as a first criteria for judging the addition of places on campus, we know that people often vote with their feet based on not only what the food is, but the cost. And we think that across those dining food options controlled by the campus dining program and others by the real estate office, Lapita, for example, actually leases from the real estate office on campus and not Aramark, that those businesses kind of come and go as the demand hits them. So always paying attention to that. I appreciate the question. That's why we do our surveys, and we talk every year with our students about choices that are available on campus.
I note that we don't ever get asked, the faculty or the Senate.
So the retail survey 2 years ago was sent to 27,000 students and all of the faculty and staff.
Brian, I have a quick question if we're done with that one.
Yes, ma'am.
In the event that our students can't come back in the fall on campus, do we have a contingency plan in place?
So thanks for that question. We are, the president appointed a series of groups to be looking at the fall semester. And you heard Provost Whitfield mention it earlier in terms of type of instruction. In housing and dining and all of the campus services, really, the bookstore, the student center, we're looking at different scenarios of operation based on the number of students that may or may not be on campus, as well as faculty and staff and visitors. So nothing firm yet, but we're vigorously pursuing a series of scenarios to be able to respond once we determine the form of instruction for fall. Obviously, as we did for this semester, because we got surprised in the middle of the semester, we did provide some relief to students for their housing and dining, which they weren't using. If we don't open in the fall for all students, we know that we will be open because we have hundreds of students where the campus is their actual home and they have no place else to go. And so we will always have a housing facility open and always have a dining facility open. Right now, for example, and it just closed at the end of the semester on Wednesday, the Towers Cafeteria stayed open throughout, even though the campus was mostly empty. We had students who ate there every day under 60 protocols in place.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions here? Okay, I'd now like to entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 2021 housing and dining rates as presented.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Say nay. Okay. Ayes have it. Let's move on to the next item, medical school tuition.
Governor Barnhill, I apologize. This is Julie. I just need to make sure that I have the maker and seconder of those motions, and it was not clear to me who did that. So could I just ask?
I made the motion, Shirley.
Okay, and the second was?
Kelly.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. President Wilson.
I'm sorry, I had the microphone muted. First of all, let me just do a check on time. I think that because we're so far behind and we have some important topics coming up, we'll probably want to postpone the Student Affairs Committee because it's only a presentation. Try to be done by Governor Barnhill, maybe 12:30, so that we have a half-hour break before 1 o'clock. Executive Committee, does that seem reasonable?
I think so. I imagine this one would cause quite a bit of conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to rush it, and which is why I'm suggesting that we postpone the student affairs.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes
okay. Is that okay, Governor Stancano?
I agree, Roy. I agree.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Good.
do too.
All right. Well,
Julie, are you going to say something?
President Wilson, there was one item on the student affairs I didn't know if you wanted to do before moving back to which is just the recognition of Stuart Ball.
Oh, yeah, that I'll do.
I think we should. I think we should do that. Really, I think we should do it now. Just a recognition, and then we'll have the rest of the time to spend.
Okay, well, we can do that.
If you'd like.
Yeah, is Stuart on the line?
Hi, yeah.
Great.
Stuart, this is a surprise. We're going to recognize you.
This is definitely a surprise.
Yeah, so we were going to do this at the end of the student affairs committee, but because we may not have student affairs committee, it's really my pleasure to do this now. And we just want to express publicly our thanks to you for your dedicated service to the student body as president of the Student Senate during the 2018-19 and 2019-20 academic years. Stuart's hard work, creativity, passion, and perseverance paved the way for the adoption of many initiatives supporting student life and student success. These include the establishment of the polling location at the Damon J. Keith Center for Civil Rights, the expansion of campus counseling services, the provision of free bus passes to students with transportation challenges, expanded voter registration on campus, and the promotion of open educational resources to reduce the cost of textbooks for students. Stuart's conscientiousness and diligent email management and project monitoring will certainly be missed. In addition to Stuart's Student Senate service, he served on Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson's Collegiate Advisory Task Force, served as a Newman Civic Fellow, and was an active member of the Alpha Epsilon Pi fraternity. Stuart, we thank you for your service, your dedication to this university, and for exemplifying what it means to be warrior strong. We extend our best wishes to you as you graduate from Wayne, and know that your leadership and dedication has made an impact on the university, and that you will be deeply missed. Our wishes to you and whatever comes next, we know that you'll succeed in whatever it is. And just on a more personal note, in my 7 years here, I think I've had the privilege of working with a lot of great student leaders, and I mean that very sincerely. And Stuart, you're a leader among leaders, so it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Stuart.
Well, we're virtually clapping. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Yay, Stuart.
Okay, so let's move on then. And in the interest of time, let me just introduce once again Mark Schweitzer, the new Dean of the School of Medicine and VP for Health Sciences, who will begin the presentation, followed by Doug Sknerzak. Mark?
Yeah, thank you, President Wilson, and thank you, board members, governors, and firstly, I appreciate your vote of confidence in approving my nomination a few months ago. So bear with me because I'm only 4 days on the job, so I'm going to be as transparent and give you as many explanations as I can. If either I or Doug do not have one right away, we'll do our best to find it during a break. So any questions or concerns that you might have, it would be our honor to answer. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk with a little bit of pride about how well the medical school is doing. Then we're going to compare the current and proposed tuition to our peer groups in Michigan and national. For in-state students, we're going to compare to Michigan, and for out-of-state students, we're going to compare to national, because the competition for those students is not necessarily restricted to Michigan. Of importance to the LCME, and I'm sure the Board of Governors, is student debts. We're going to look at the 5-year trend and compare Wayne State to peer institutions. And also for the LCME, they want to ensure that the medical school is not overly tuition-based, so we'll provide you some information about that. And then Doug will finish with the tuition and fee proposal. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this didn't come out all that well, but it does show you that the largest provider of practicing physicians in the state of Michigan is Wayne State, nearly double our two major competitors, which would be University of Michigan and Michigan State. If you combine the Michigan State DO and MD programs, it's still less than Wayne State. Next slide, please. In terms of in-state versus out-of-state, it's interesting that in Michigan there is a disproportionate amount of out-of-state students in all the schools compared to other states in the United States. Wayne State is about in the middle of that list. Western Michigan, which, although it's a state university, is a private medical school, has the highest out-of-state residents. But Wayne State is on the high end for state universities. Stony Brook was roughly the same. That's where I came from, and it was also on the high end. Next one, please. Wayne State is in a very diverse city. It's in a diverse state. I believe that is one of our strengths, as was discussed in a previous excellent presentation about the on-campus student housing. And we've worked, not we, because I just came here, but the leadership of the school has really worked to improve the diversity of the student body, which is now roughly 1/3 underrepresented in medicine, which is a 45% increase. I think that's something to be very proud of, and I will do my best to increase that further. Next, please. Wayne State continues to be a very, very competitive medical school, receiving, I believe, over 10,000 applications or close to 10,000 applications this year. We have a 3% acceptance rate, which is on the low end, but not the extreme low end for medical schools. I believe Florida State and Georgetown have the two lowest acceptance rates, about 1%, but I don't think there's a notable difference between 1% and 3%. It means it's very, very desirable and very, very hard to get into. Next slide, please. Wayne State has done very well on national licensure exams. We're above the national average for as far back as the eye can see. Next slide. And we've done very well in the match, above the national mean, again, as far back as the eye can see. And notably, about half of our medical students are matched in Michigan residency programs. Far more important to create a physician workforce for the state of Michigan than the medical school is the residencies, because you're more likely to practice, as several of you who are physicians know, where you do your residency rather than where you go to medical school. Next slide, please. Okay, now tuition, the 800-pound gorilla. So compared, for in-state, I believe the most valid comparison is with the other Michigan medical schools, whether they be private or public. And as I stated before, the out-of-state should be compared to national public medical schools who take out-of-state students. Many of them, as you know, take very, very few out-of-state students. We currently, and even with the proposed tuition increase, will have the lowest tuition by a significant margin of all the medical schools in the state of Michigan. It's misleading because Michigan State, for 2 of the 3 years, has 3 semesters. So since they have 3 semesters, their costs are actually, I think, $47,000. 2 of the years they have 2 semesters, so the cost is slightly less than ours, but it averages out to be higher than averages. For non-resident tuition, was slightly above the average public medical school, which is why when this tuition increase proposal was designed, it's somewhat higher for the in-state students than for the out-of-state students, to make sure that the out-of-state students aren't adversely, negatively disadvantaged. Our resident tuition is not only the lowest in Michigan, it's below the national mean. And if you look at the national mean, it's not a fair national mean, because all the Texas medical schools are in the low 20,000s. So I think there's 15 public medical schools in Texas, and that really biases the average tuition. If you would take Texas out of it, there are very, very few public medical schools that have a lower tuition than us. And if you look at them, they're fairly obscure medical schools. University of North Dakota, University of Central Florida, University of West Virginia, Louisiana State Shreveport, University of South Alabama, University of West Virginia. These aren't major medical schools. Really, the only medical school that was a reasonably ranked state medical school that has lower tuition, even in a proposal, is Ohio State. And even though we're below the median, the ones who are lower than us are either in Texas or really non-competitive. They're really not great medical schools. And that's both for in-state and for out-of-state. Now, because we're in a lower cost of living area, according to the AAMC, and I just got this data yesterday morning, we have the third lowest cost of attendance in the United States of any medical school, combining room and board, health insurance, and tuition. And according to the AAMC, this is actually decreased by 3% compared to last year. Next slide, please. And this just shows you the difference between us and our peer competitors. And you can see we are the lowest in the state of Michigan for in-state, and for out-of-state, they're pretty much all basically the same except for Central Michigan. You know, I don't think there's an appreciable difference between 60,000 and 61,000. Next slide, please. And now, there is a mythology going out there that medical schools have frozen tuition. I spent about 2 hours in a rabbit hole of the internet trying to find out which medical schools froze tuition. Now, there were a lot of universities that froze tuition. There were not a lot of medical schools that are frozen tuition. Drexel Medical School, which is a private medical school, froze tuition. Jefferson froze tuition. Penn State froze tuition. It is a state medical school, but its tuition is $55,000. University of Minnesota froze tuition. It's a state medical school, and its tuition is $40,000. So those are the only two public medical schools I could find that as of May 1st have frozen their tuition. Our local competitors, University of Michigan, increased resident tuition by 5% more than we're proposing, and out-of-state 3.5% more than we're proposing. Western Michigan, 5% across the board, more than we're proposing. Oakland, 3% and 3%. Their tuition is already not quite double, about 1.8 times our tuition, but that is a smaller increase than we're proposing. Michigan State will have no change in any of their tuitions except for potentially law school. That is different than us. And Central Michigan has not made a decision. And I believe they will increase tuition because they made a decision about the non-medical school tuition to freeze it. So since they didn't state that the medical school was included in there, one can surmise that in all likelihood the medical school tuition will increase in Central Michigan. Hence, of the other medical schools in the state of Michigan, all of them are increasing tuition except for Michigan State. And again, Michigan State first-year tuition is $47,000, almost $13,000 more than Wayne State. Next slide, please. Medical student debt. So when the LCME looks at finances for medical schools, and based upon the board's request, which you're perfectly entitled to, I sent you some information about this. One thing they look at is the average debt per student and the percent of students that have taken out loans. 35% of Wayne State students take out no loans at all, which is one of the lowest in the United States. The average loan per student is less than $100,000, just $100,000, which is so low on the graph, I can't tell if it's the second, third, or fourth lowest in the country, but it's among the lowest in the country. So both in terms of ethics of how many of the students take out loans, how large they take out a loan, and in terms of LCME accreditation, I feel very comfortable with this. However, there are 10% of students who have more than $300,000 worth of loans. I would assume almost all of them are out-of-state students, and I would also assume almost all of them come from families of limited means. And that's something that we should address in the future with selected financial aid/scholarship. Because so many Wayne State students take out zero loans, we're in the top 25th percentile of schools that students have no loans, and that percentage has decreased every year over the last several years. So I am not concerned at all about student debt, with the slight exception of that small number of students, 10% of our student body, who are out of state and likely of limited means. And the way to address that, I believe, is with financial aid, not with alterations of tuition. Next slide, please. And this just kind of encapsulates the average debt. The average debt, this is somewhat out of date because I just got this yesterday morning, and it was $100,000. And I'll be happy to provide that. Next slide, please. Wayne State has a lower student debt rate at graduation compared to other medical schools in Michigan. And it's likely because our overall cost of attendance, not just tuition, is so much lower than all the other medical schools. Next slide, please. Okay, Doug is going to talk about, I also want to make a point of saying that before we made this proposal, we've done some extraordinary cuts to the budget. And one of those was in the practice plan that provides the educational services predominantly at the Detroit Medical Center campus, all administrative salaries are now cut by 30%. For everyone who works there, physician and non-physician, we stopped pension contributions. As of today, all the physician faculty members have a 20% salary cut. As of next month, a 30% salary cut. And as of July 1st, a 50% salary cut. Now, to be honest, that's a really draconian salary cut. And it's going to be very hard for these faculty members to continue, I don't want to say lifestyle in a pejorative way, but it is very hard to adapt that quickly. So this COVID crisis has affected everyone. But if I had to be honest, the group it's affected the most, at least in the medical school, if not the entire university, is the clinical faculty at their medical school. And I think that's not going to go back to normal till probably January or at best late November, early December. Now Doug will present the tuition plan, please.
Thank you, Dean Schweitzer. So as this is a slide that you've received in the public documents, but the projected revenue, the projected expense, revenue and expense gap is approximately 1.87 million. Dr. Dean Schweitzer has been very clear, and we've been very clear in the past that this 1.87 million is going specifically towards medical education costs, undergraduate medical education costs related to our medical students. And in particular, these costs are related to increased expenses, increased costs at our clinical campuses that are outside of the medical school, where in particular our third and fourth year medical students train. And since we don't have a hospital of our own, we rely on these campuses for these third and fourth year rotations. So as Dean Schweitzer mentioned earlier, we have divided this tuition increase up and have a differential between resident and non-resident. This is also to address potential LCME concerns as far as the fact that our non-resident rate tuition is above the median. And so this is set in this recommendation at 4.5% for resident tuition increase and a 2.5% increase for non-resident. If this is approved, this would generate the 1.87 that we need to cover our costs. It would be a 3.58% increase in revenue over the academic year 1920. Let me also say that, fortunately or unfortunately, I'd like to say that, this 1.87 covers all of our increased costs at the medical school, but unfortunately, or fortunately, it does not. Less than 25% of the medical school budget is based on tuition revenue, which is well within our peers and should hold us in good stead with LCME. And so this 1.87 is specifically dedicated towards medical education, but we certainly have other budgetary issues besides this. So as the dean said, 100% of this increase will go towards medical education, and none of this increased revenue will go towards increases in research GME, CME, or strategic investments. Next slide, please. So at this time, we would open it up to questions. There is, in your materials, there is the actual tuition resolution that would effectuate this recommendation, which you have. But at this time, we would open it up to questions.
This is Marilyn. I have a question. As I understand it, the salary cuts are effective only until August, is that correct?
So the plan is, if volumes go up, we will revisit them in August, and we will adjust them based upon how the volumes go up. That would be based upon two variables: when the governor allows opening of elective procedures and elective patient visits, and then how the public responds to that, and how much of the services that were delayed will no longer be needed or required. So it's hard to plan that far in advance, but we've only planned up until August. You are correct. And we revisit it then, but it's a 50% cut up until at that point.
Now, Dean, when you tell us that all the increase goes to medical education, all the proposed increase in rates, how much of that medical education goes to faculty and administrative salaries?
Basically, almost nothing. About 75% of it is going to the clinical sites. And one of my concerns is that we are too dependent upon 1/2 clinical sites. That puts us in both a weak position when we negotiate with them, as well as a tenuous position when administration or leadership changes in those institutions. So one of my tasks, I believe, in the next few weeks, and I've started already, is trying to intricate ourselves, intertwine ourselves with multiple clinical sites so that we're not dependent upon any one of them. So these clinical sites require what we call direct costs. So you may, and rightfully, consider that a salary, but it's a percentage of a site director's income to administer the medical students, or a percentage of a program coordinator to assess the students. But it's not direct Wayne State faculty. About another 10% of this will go to our new Wayne State pediatrics faculty to replace a large portion of the teaching that was previously done at Children's Hospital of Michigan. And I think that that's necessary to ensure the continuity of pediatric medical education because of the tenuousness and the quite adversarial relationship with the leadership of Children's Hospital. None of it is going to overall medical school administration or to directly hire faculty.
Mark, I have a related question to the whole question about salary cuts and use of this funding. I guess I'll start backwards. You said 10% to new pediatric faculty. Are you saying you're allotting money to new hires? Is that what you mean?
Well, Wayne State Pediatrics is new, and in this budget, I believe, and Doug can correct me, is $350,000 to $1,000 for educational services from these pediatric faculty. It's not direct salary to hire pediatric faculty, although we are. It is to support a percentage of their time spending teaching medical students.
So you're saying this is a payment to Wayne Pediatrics?
Doug can help me out here.
Yeah,
the way I understand it is,
essentially,
let's say Dr. Schweitzer is a pediatrician and I'm training medical students. I allocate 10% of my day to training medical students, and we will pay that practice plan 10% of my salary to help train students in pediatrics.
My other question is about the salary cuts you mentioned.
Yes.
I assume that's not actual Wayne faculty, but UPG position cuts?
Well,
cuts
UPG
salaries
position,
within UPG?
Yeah. So going forward, you are more familiar than I am with the UPG bankruptcy. And going forward, we're going to have an allocation for each of those individuals based upon how much undergraduate teaching they do and how much graduate or resident teaching they do. And kind of my rule of thumb is it's going to balance out to be a 10% for each of them, which is kind of a fairly standard in medical schools. So you can consider 20% of their time being rightfully allocated towards medical education. So if there's no viable clinical entity, there's no one to teach those students. You have to some degree, make sure that doesn't fail. I am the chair of their executive committee, and this was my proposal to them. They tentatively accepted it and are officially going to vote on it actually right now at noon today. But I'm quite sure they're going to agree to it because I don't think they want to go bankrupt again, and nor should they. So I'm not trying to be vague, but I'm trying. They are the faculty, you know. Just like you can't run a medical school without an anatomy professor, you can't run a medical school unless you have a surgical department to train them. And the way it stands now, most of that training is done, or at least the plurality is done at the EMC. So I have to, the only way to keep that from going bankrupt again, because of the tremendous loss in revenue because of COVID, is to cut salaries. And so to me, an increase of less than 5% in medical school tuition is not an ideal situation, but it's far more ideal than someone losing 50% of their income.
But this tuition increase is not going to pay those salaries.
Not a penny.
I'm trying to understand.
Not a penny. Not a penny. So you have my assurance.
Any other questions?
I've got a question. So if we're, Dr. Schweitzer, if you're cutting these salaries, what is the amount of money, the savings that you expect to have from the cut of these MD faculty salaries? And then the follow-up is, if I don't know what the number is, but why then are you asking for a tuition increase if you're cutting salaries?
Well, so we're cutting salaries because the revenue for those physicians has been dropped by 70 to 85%. So either the medical school is going to subsidize those individuals, the university is going to subsidize those individuals, which I'm committing to you we're not, or we cut their salaries. So the tuition increase is going predominantly to these peripheral hospitals, so we have diversification of medical student education outside the DMC, so we're not entirely dependent upon the DMC. The DMC will always be a really vital part of our medical student education, and Ford will be to some degree, but I also want the VA to be, and maybe St. John's, and maybe Oakwood, so because we have such a large medical student population that they have to go to any number of places. Now, if the entirety of the medical school went to DMC, DMC is in a very preferential position when they negotiate with us, and they've taken advantage of us, and they've decreased and decreased and decreased the support to the medical school, which is probably the index event for the financial problems of the medical school. But what I'm saying is we've decreased the budgets that we can decrease. None of this increase is going to go to physician salaries, with the slight exception of those pediatricians who are getting a fraction of their time paid for to replace the children's hospital pediatricians. I have to do both, or the budget would be a colossal mess. It's not like one is able to replace the other. But the dollar value is over $1 million a month for UPG, the decrease in salary.
So I don't know if anybody else, for me, your presentation regarding the decrease in the MD's faculty salaries and the funding of Wayne Peds with the proceeds of the tuition increase is you're this morning telling me this is the first time I've heard that. What we had previously last week, we were presented with two presentations. One presentation from Mr. Skinars was the increase of tuition in this same amount, 4.5 and 2.5, to raise $1.87 million. The $1.87 million was to go to Henry Ford and to Ascension because both asked to increase their undergraduate medical education clinical agreement that currently is at a certain rate. They both want, we're told, both want more. Not all four, just two. Then that was Doug's presentation. Then the other presentation we heard was from Dr. Baker, who I assume is your subject matter expert since he's in charge of undergraduate medical education. His presentation was a little more comprehensive, and he did talk about the need to update these clinical affiliation agreements, but his number for updating all four contracts for DMC, Henry Ford, Oakwood, and St. John's was $600,000, okay? Not $1.87 million. And then the next was that he, during Baker's presentation, he listed 4 items, I think close to his last page, there were 4 items. One was update the existing clinical affiliate contracts, no more, he needed no more than $600,000 to do that. Then the next item was go get more affiliate, new campus affiliates to increase the, to decrease the reliability on one or the other. The two bigs obviously are DMC, who does, 52% of the work, and Henry Ford, who does in the high 30 percentile. So then there, I had it up, but then we started talking about this on my computer, so I can't switch over. But there were 2 other items that he had set forth. So before we even started the conversation today, I was confused as to whose presentation are we funding? So are we funding the 2 hospitals? Are we giving money to Henry Ford to update their contract and Ascension? Or are we doing something more comprehensive like Dr. Baker presented in his presentation? Which one are we doing?
Yes, so I don't think they're at variance with each other as much as they seem. So Dr. Baker is obviously the content expert on undergraduate medical education and is an excellent resource for the university and does a great job. But his strength is not budgeting. He's not part of the budgeting process. He doesn't participate in the development of that budget. He's not aware of the contract negotiations on a first-hand basis. So he has the strengths, but he's not the financial guy for the medical school. That's not his role. His role is in supervising the education. So there is an increase in Ascension, there is an increase in Ford, and there's likely to be an increase in Oakwood. That is roughly 75% of the requested $1.8 million. Ford, if you put in the dollars that we pay to UPG in educational support, is not expensive. I know it's a large increase, and I know it's striking, and I'm aware of the history. But if you think about the dollars that we spend per month per medical student at Ford, even with the new contract, it's still going to be lower than the dollars we spend per month per student at the DMC Central Campus because of the cost of supporting UPG for that 20% of the time they spend in education. Now, the other part of that 75%, the complement of that, is Wayne Peds. And there's a bunch of smaller items in there as well. But you do have my personal guarantee that none of this is going for anything other than undergraduate medical education. I am not hiring any individual specifically for this, although portions of people's salaries is going to be paid off of this if they do educational activity proportionate to that. But I don't think the presentations are really at variance with each other. They're just coming at it from somewhat different philosophies and avenues. I hope that makes sense.
Mark, my problem relates to some of the things Sandy is saying, which is that as president of the Academic Senate, I simply have not seen any real information about these issues. And the Senate also has not been included in the finance discussions at the senior administration level, and it hasn't, it received extraordinarily much less information this year through the budget planning process on what the actual numbers that we contemplate are for these kinds of expenditures. Usually I have a much better sense of what the justification for amounts are. And it's further complicated by the fact that with the PPAP litigation being settled, we know there is some amount of funding that presumably could be used to support especially clinical education purposes, since many of our students do work in the kind of urban disadvantaged environments that PPAP money is intended for. So I'm hard pressed, and then I have consulted with as many of my Senate colleagues as possible, and I've talked to a few med school people across the med school to ask what their views are on the appropriateness of a tuition increase at this point. I mean, we have to think about the fact that, students, parents, family members, all are likely under financial stress themselves because of the COVID-19 crisis. And we have to think about the fact that possibly, or maybe even probably, the quality of the education that we have provided in the sort of the tail end of this semester and may still be providing in the fall semester because of the significantly increased amount of online is less than ideal. All of these things make it very hard for me to support this. I mean, it's difficult when you don't have the kind of underlying information at hand and a clear sense of need. And I have in the past, as Roy knows and Keith knows, been vocal in urging the board to support med school tuition increases where it seemed clear to me that it was serving an important purpose and there wasn't some other possibility. But at this point, I feel bereft of depth of information.
Can I jump in here? There's so much there that I can't remember all of it, but let me start off by saying that there's no question that students are suffering, and we have to be very sensitive to them. One thing that I think is important to understand, though, is that the medical school, we're trying to get the medical school to be able to support itself, because right now it is not supporting itself. And another way of looking at it is that there's a transfer of about $30 million a year that is basically general fund money, which is primarily made up of tuition, and I'm talking about from the undergraduate school side now. So one way of looking at this is that to the extent that there's a dollar of subsidy that goes to the medical school, a certain amount of that is going to be tuition dollars to our undergraduates. Our undergraduates are helping to fund the medical school and the medical students' education. And that's just another way of looking at it. The other thing that you mentioned was PPAP funds. Again, there are so many different aspects of the budget and funding for medical schools. It sounds like $60–80 million is a lot, but it's not in medical schools. Most department chairs are given that much to build their departments when they take new positions as chairs of departments. let alone a dean of a medical school. The kind of work that has to be done is tremendous, and we are being very careful in how those monies are spent, because in the past, not that anything was done inappropriately, but the interpretation was pretty loose, we interpreted appropriate spending probably less stringently than we're trying moving forward. So medical education is not something that we want to necessarily use PPAP funds for. And I can't remember the other things that you said, but Mark, you wanna?
Let me answer a few of them, and I appreciate the questions, Linda. So again, I've been on the job 80 hours, so give me a little leeway in terms of what all was not presented to the Faculty Senate. I assure you we will do our best to be better in the future. The only part of the PPAP that the medical school controls is the dean tax portion of the PPAP, and I think we would all agree that the dean needs a fund to be able to fund strategic investments and to be able to pursue a plan that will overall improve the medical school. But the point I want to make is we are basically the greatest bargain in medical education in the United States as it stands, unless you're a citizen of the state of Texas. The only state medical schools that come close to us in terms of their tuition are medical schools at the very bottom of the rank list. And even with this slight increase, we will be a tremendous bargain in medical education, and we will be the cheapest in the state of Michigan. Our peer schools are basically all increasing their tuition at the same or a higher level. There is this urban myth that University of Michigan is freezing its tuition. It is not freezing its tuition. The only schools, again, I found 3 schools. I forgot to mention a third one. University of Toledo is freezing its tuition at $40,000. There are several schools that are freezing their tuition. They're several $1,000s more than Wayne State currently is in tuition and will be. And the faculty has tightened its belt. It's not a great message to send to the faculty that you're asking them to cut their salaries up to 50%. And the students can't increase the tuition even by a modest extent and still be basically the lowest in the country. And we know this tuition is not a financial burden because we have about the lowest debt ratio of any medical school in the country, and that debt ratio is continuing to go down. And even if you look at the last AAMC, we went down in total cost by 3.3%, went down. So this increase in tuition basically would make our total cost of attendance the same as it was a year ago. Now, the COVID is a crisis. It's an act of God. It's a horrible, horrendous situation. I've had relatives and close friends, more than one, who have passed away from this. I'm very familiar with how bad it is. But I don't think it sends a great message to the faculty that we all should be in this together, that we all should feel a little bit of pain. One of my visions is to create leaders in medicine, and leaders in medicine have to be responsible and have to understand the big picture and their role in society.
Cannot this be delayed until another meeting and to allow some sharing of the detailed information and some review that we have not been able to do before, the PPAP, the state of the med school? I mean, I just feel that I'm being pressured to vote to support something that I haven't been able to consider because other than your presentation today, Mark, there just hasn't been any of this kind of information. And med school faculty are the ones telling me they think a tuition increase is inappropriate at this time.
Let me just add 2 things about that. The med school faculty concerns were expressed to me as well, and they have a right to do that. But they're med school faculty who do not have knowledge of, nor could they, of the entire budget. So they're looking at a toe of an elephant and saying that the elephant weighs this amount, and that's what the elephant should weigh. And I don't think that a judgment of a person or two people or 10 people who have very limited knowledge of the budget should be a huge factor that you might weight. Just one last thing, if I can say it. The one LCME issue that remains is financial stability. And that's the one that they want to report on in December, and they're going to evaluate in February. From my numerous experiences with LCME, the major thing that they're concerned about financial stability is the tenuousness of the budget. So if we have a budget where we have to push these pennies here and those pennies there to make it work, that to me makes a risk that we will fail again. And if we fail again, we've already failed that twice, and that's a pretty big deal. And again, you are entitled to all the information you can, and I'm sorry that we didn't have more. But I just wanted to make sure that all those points are emphasized, because I feel strongly of the importance of those points.
What about delaying it until the next meeting so that there is that chance to review those materials?
This is Rebecca, and the next meeting isn't until the middle to the end of June, and we need to have medical student tuition set because they start too soon after that. Their semester starts, I don't know the exact date, Dr. Schweitzer, but is it in July or?
No, I think it's like June 28th, I thought.
Yeah, so the reason that we address medical student tuition off-cycle with the rest of our tuition is because they have to start sending out tuition bills before the next meeting occurs, where we will be addressing overall tuition increases.
Couldn't we have a meeting 2 weeks from now on this issue?
And also, I'd like to interject also that, this it's not like we didn't start this process, 3 or 4, maybe even longer than that, 3 or 4 weeks ago. This is at least the third presentation that I can remember. So we started this a while ago with the board. Now certainly the academic center might be different, and I don't know, I can't speak to that, but at least to the board, the rationale was started, many weeks ago, and it would have been sufficient time to answer any questions that came up, and the whole thing of PPAP just started coming up this week, and as far as we're concerned, that's a whole separate issue. Not that we don't want to answer the questions, but it's not really that relevant to what we're talking about here.
I have a question just kind of related to who's gotten information, and this is with respect to the students. There have been a large number of students who have grave concerns with this tuition increase. When were the students involved, or how were they involved in this discussion?
Again, I'm not aware of how things have traditionally been done at Wayne State. Again, I just started on Monday. I was contacted by the Faculty Senate on Wednesday, early in the morning. I met with them, their leadership, on Wednesday. They asked me to send a note to the student body, and I did, explaining to the degree that I could, with full transparency, of why the increase was necessary and what else we had done to kind of cut expenses before this. Starting on Monday, speaking to them on Wednesday, I think is a fairly reasonable responsiveness.
So does anybody else have just, understanding of when students are usually involved in this process? Because
I can offer some history here. There really has not been, in recent memory, the kind of involvement on the medical school side in terms of the students as on the undergraduate side. it just has been, it just hasn't been. It's just, and quite frankly, it's the first time I've ever even heard of any major interest of the students, or any expression of any interest of the students in this regard. On the undergraduate side, that happens a lot, and on the medical school side, it just doesn't. And quite frankly, even from the board perspective, in the past, medical school tuition just has not engendered this kind of interest as it is now. I'm not saying that it shouldn't have or anything like that. I'm just trying to answer your question from a historical standpoint. It just has not. And so maybe last year was the first time that I can remember where there was even any extended conversations about it. I think there's a general, I'm as concerned about student debt and everything as anyone else, but I think there's a general understanding that medical students and other professional students have other avenues of support in terms of loans and other things than some of the undergraduate students, in that their certainty of employment and ability to pay those back is just a different level than undergraduate students. And so there's just been a more heightened attention, I think, on the undergraduate side in the past. And I think that's just a fact. Now, Rebecca, do you know what the usual process is in the medical school?
So this is my third year of being here for medical student tuition, and there has never been any process to involve medical students in discussions around it. There's never been a request for that. There hasn't, I don't think, been an organization of students of medical students to deliver it to. And the first year I was here, we actually made a preliminary recommendation to the board, and were asked to increase the recommendation over what we had proposed. Last year there was a lot more discussion around it, and I think more of a divided opinion about whether it should go up or down, or by how much. And I mean among the board members.
And this is my
it's unusual to have this much controversy about this.
Well, not really, given the dire economic circumstances we're in and the uncertainty that, we're all dealing with. I don't think that it's
and
that
I understand
unusual.
that. I do want to underscore what the president's pointed out, which is these are students who will have jobs when they graduate. They will earn good salaries when they graduate, and as Dr. Schweitzer has very eloquently described, with a lot of very current information that he was able to research this week, we have our school is a bargain. We provide a very good quality education and excellent clinical experience, and have some of the lowest tuition. And, as I've mentioned the last several years as I've presented this, we have significantly increased the debt load of our students relative to other schools over the last several years. And that's a major accomplishment, and has been done through the application scholarship funding.
Yeah, the average debt load of a Wayne State student is a little bit over $100,000 a year. I was talking to someone I was trying to recruit to come here, and she is a physician who's been in practice slightly less long than I have, and she still has $350,000 in debt about 20 years after graduating medical school. $100,000 of debt is a lot of money for anyone. But as Dr. Wilson, President Wilson says, a physician will expect to be able to pay that off because they pretty much have a guaranteed job. I have an N of 5. This is the fifth medical school I've worked in, and in none of them were students involved in tuition determinations. Now, if I did a survey of my faculty and I asked my faculty, do you want a raise? I would imagine 99% of my faculty would say, yes, I want a raise. So I don't find it surprising that 99% of the students say they don't want to pay more tuition. That's a reasonable response to a question that's asked of them. When I spoke to the faculty senate, and I'm a reasonable judge of body language and vocal cadences, they were fairly satisfied with my explanation to the point that they wanted me to provide the same explanation to the entire student body, which I did.
I ask you, Dean, also, this is Marilyn Kelly, if you have any concept of what the students would say if asked to weigh a possible tuition increase against a risk of loss of accreditation of their medical school.
I would guarantee you they would say, I don't want to lose accreditation of my medical school. And that would be my answer. And that's the risky thing that I'm really worried of and trying to prevent. Because 5.1 is financial stability, unsatisfactory and financial stability.
But also, Mark, 5.1 includes student debt load.
And we are about the lowest in the country in student debt.
Right, but that's, what I'm saying is, that is still under that 5.1, it still includes the student debt, which is unsatisfactory. So how is raising tuition on kids and adding to their debt load supposed to fix the thing that we are unsatisfactory on?
So as I stated in my email, there's 4 parts of 5.1 as I see it. There is the overall budget stability. There's the percentage of students who have loans. There's the amount of those loans, 5 things. There's the tuition dependence of the medical school, and there's the trajectory of the medical school. So if I look at those 5 things together, the budget is balanced on a tightrope. So if you make that tightrope even smaller, I believe that runs one of those 5.1s at risk. And Governor stated correctly so that the student debt load is part of 5.1. The current student debt load is among the lowest in the country of public medical schools, and I can't see it going up. Even if it goes up to full tuition, we'll still be easily in the 10th percentile for student debt load. Our medical school budget, even with this increase, is only 25% tuition dependent. That should put us in good state for the LCME. 35% of our students have no loans whatsoever, which is in the top 25% of medical schools. Now, so even if that goes down to 30%, we'll still be fine in terms of the LCME. What we won't be fine is overall budgetary stability and trajectory. And the trajectory is something that we all should be concerned about.
So this is Shirley Stancato. I just want to just sort of make a couple of comments. One of the things, and I'm like the shortest tenured person on the board, and what I've tried to do is sort of observe, how the board operates. And one of the things that I've really been excited about and feel good about is the questions that board members ask and almost everything we do relative to what are our competitors doing? What are our competitors doing? What are they doing as it relates to taking pay cuts? What are they doing as it relates to graduation rates? Those are the kinds, those are really, really, really great questions. And so I've tried to focus on that. And then listening to, we've had some presentations, as President Wilson said, from staff on this increase in fees, increase in tuition at the medical school. We've had several. And so today in listening, Dr. Schweitzer, to your presentation, particularly almost the entire presentation was about how we compare to other universities. Again, I think a great way to look at us. And the other way, not just how we compare from the perspective of a negative perspective, but for me, it made me look at some of the good things that folks should be looking at us saying, oh my goodness, Wayne State is the lowest, and we are the lowest in almost every position. Now, for me, that 35% without any debt really it kind of blew me away. I came from a working class family. I know young people in the work that I did in New Detroit that have undergraduates, have almost all of them have some kind of debt. And to say that the debt is where it is, and then the concern about accreditation is big for me. And so I always then go back to, again, being short tenured, what is my role as a board member? And it is to look at this university, and the university includes the students, the faculty, and those of us on the board. What is the best decision for this university in terms of continue to be viable? And so I think for me, it is looking at all of these, the comparisons that you've made that put us in a really, really, really good competitive position as it relates to medical schools, not just in Michigan, but throughout the country. And that's really been pretty surprising to me.
Thank you, Governor.
And I would just like to say, from the point of view from the students, someone asked, what would the students say? The students would say that they're not comfortable paying an increased tuition when they're not really receiving any of the benefits right now during COVID-19. And a lot of the resources aren't available to them. There was little involvement with the School of Medicine Student Senate, and that should change. There should be more involvement with that, and we should have more time to discuss this decision. This was talked about rather quickly and went to vote rather quickly without ample time to even consult the students.
I think also, Mark, if I could add, is that in a typical year, we could be talking about these items, no problem. And as Roy mentioned, or Rebecca, it seems strange to have everybody want to chime in when historically it's could be almost seen as pro forma almost, with fewer questions. But I think what everybody's missing is the fact that we're in the middle of where we are right now, an international pandemic. The students people are in food lines, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And while you can say, as a physician now, a successful one, and that yes, that they're guaranteed that they're going to have a job, and people said the same thing about me when I was graduating from law school. But it took me a long time to pay off my law school debt, and that was only $70,000. So there's a vast difference between saying, you don't have to worry about medical students. We can raise tuition because they're going to all get good jobs, and they're guaranteed to get good jobs and be able to pay it all off in a period of years. But that maybe 10 years from now, but they're poor now. And a lot of them are struggling now. And so you still need, you can get loans to pay your room and board or but how are you eating? How are you, those are the things that at this time in the world, that I think we run the risk of looking tone deaf if you ask to raise tuition for, even though it's a small amount, $1.87 million doesn't seem like a lot of money, but it is. And regardless of whether we have we're the best deal, I don't care about any of that. I care about our students, right? That's my focus. I don't care about Texas. I don't care about all this other stuff. And I don't know if it was published rates for U of M Medical School, but they haven't had a vote at the University of Michigan to raise tuition for the medical school. I just called one of my girlfriends and who's on the board, and I asked her, did you guys do this? She said no. So I don't know if it's coming. I don't know if they're contemplating it.
I believe that's the proposal.
It has not been done. And so I don't know who in state is doing it. I don't, I just knew her, so I just made the call. But what I'm saying is, I think we have not exhausted other revenue sources or other funding mechanisms to look at just this year for this $1.87 million that you're looking for. And with that, I think that we already pay out of the PPAP money for undergraduate medical education scholarships. Okay, every year. You don't know this, but we can share a chart with you, and you'll understand soon enough. So my thought is, if you have $81 million in that account, I would suspect 1.87 is going to be for undergraduate medical education use that is consistent with the use of PPAP funds is wholly appropriate. And then you can take a year to get yourself comfortable. You obviously are understanding the issues very quickly because, you know, I feel kind of bad you had to come this week because this is a little bit crazy. And I don't want to like beat you up about this, but I
try to find next Monday.
Quick, and that you understand that there's a lot of work to be done in the next year that you can sink your teeth into. And then, you know, so that next year when we're at this same meeting, you're going to present something different. We're going to be generating revenues. We're going to be, you know, there's going to be all these other plans. But this year, I think what is happening is because of the state of the world today, right? Not planned, but this is where we are. I think it smacks of tone deafness at this time. I'm not saying I wouldn't give it to you another year. I'm just saying now is not the appropriate time when we have an alternate funding mechanism.
So the only excellent points, well and very eloquently presented. And the only three counter arguments I would have is please be aware of the perception that the LSAME may have about a budget that's balanced on a tightrope and using what they may be considered accounting tricks to try and balance the budget. They're coming back in December, which is why this is an issue. And I can't guarantee you that one way or the other, but I would be remiss in my responsibility if I didn't emphasize my concern about that. The other concern I also have is of the faculty. I worry about student morale, but I also worry about faculty morale. And it would be dispiriting to them to take, you know, the bulk of our faculty is clinical faculty, for them to take this much of a hit and for students to not have even a very, very small increase. And then in terms of the debt load, please remember that the average student debt load is, I think, $108,000 in Wayne State, which is one of the lowest in the country. And, you know, we are in a competitive society, and I think comparators are really important. So a dollar worth of debt is something no one wants, but you're still at the exceptionally low range for any public medical school in the United States.
Can I just jump in?
I need to make a comment too after Roy. Sorry, Roy.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to make a comment. I think the student made a comment and just want to respond to that. I don't think the student is a medical student, so may not be aware, but the impact of COVID-19 in terms of instruction and so forth is way, way, way more on the undergraduate students than the medical school. The medical school already had we're not using large classrooms. Most of their instruction is in problem-based and smaller settings and online. They do a lot of things online now. I mean, so that it's not like in the undergraduate school where I don't know what percentage of your students even come to class. Mark, somebody would know, but I bet you
it's less than 10%.
Yeah, it's less than 10%.
Well, some classes it's definitely more than that. I know I've talked to some of the faculty, and Roy, I've also reached out to some of the medical students.
Can I finish, Linda? I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah,
okay?
thought you were.
No, I was not finished. All right, so one is again just the issue with the classes are different. The other is, again, I just want to get back to this point, and then Governor Barnhill, I don't know what you want to do, but you know, we beginning to rehash the same things. But the point I just want to leave you with is, to the extent that the medical school does not stand on its own bottom, and it's going to take years before it does that, but to the extent that it doesn't, and it has to be subsidized by general fund, that general fund is primarily tuition from our undergraduate students. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Now we'll have Governor Basuto, and then we'll just move to a vote after his comments.
I give a course to the medical students on this topic, return on investment on medical education, and I want to dispel this myth that medical students graduate, they get out with $100,000, $200,000 in debt. They graduate, they live the high life, they pay it back, and they're rich. My residents are usually PGY 8, 9, and 10, meaning they're 8, 9, 10 years out of medical school. Now, problem is with this is they're paying compound interest on that debt they incur. My students, I have dime a dozen now, $400,000, $500,000 of debt on these students. The compound interest is running, and they can't even afford to pay the interest because they'll live below the poverty level if they pay off the interest while they're residents. Again, they're paying it after tax dollars at a 7.1%. So the U.S. government, I got to tell you, is the biggest predatory lender in the country. Now, here's the major problem here. Most of my residents are not in a position to start paying back that debt till they're 40 years old, late 30s, early 40s. Now that debt over the course of its life, that $300,000, $400,000 debt's going to be $4 million, and they get a good 20-year run at it to pay it off, and that compound interest keeps running. So I just wanted to dispel that myth that medical students are going to graduate and live the high life, and this is not going to be a problem. That is not true. The other thing, the average career gets to save about 35 years for a pension. That compound interest runs on that too, so you get the benefit of a compound interest in your savings. Some of our medical students don't get to save but 20 years. So I think that we need to take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you for those comments. We're going to end the session now. Thank you for the very robust conversation on this issue. I'd like to now entertain a motion to propose tuition rates for fiscal year 2021, and please mute your phone or your computer. I'll repeat that just in case there were some challenges on hearing. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the proposed medical school tuition rates for fiscal year 2021.
This is Governor Kelly. I'll make that motion, the proposed rate increase.
Okay. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this one because I feel like we're going to have a mix of support and non-support.
Okay, Governor Barnhill,
Support.
Governor Kelly,
Support.
Governor Kumar,
Sorry, I was muted. Support.
Governor Stancato,
Support.
Governor Thompson,
No.
Professor Beal, Professor Beal,
I think I reluctantly have to vote no on this.
Mazen Zamzan.
No.
The motion carries 4-3.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. We're now at 10 past 1, so let's just keep that in mind. The next item is the art gallery renovation.
So this is the last item on the agenda that would be for approval as opposed to informational, and I'd like to introduce Robert Davenport, who's our Associate Vice President for Facilities Planning and Management. Rob?
Thank you, Rebecca. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be brief. So the art gallery is located, or will be located, at 6001 Cass. It's also known as the Criminal Justice Building. It's across the street from the University PD. It's a 6,000 square foot space on the main floor. Actually, it's a bump out of the building itself. The bump out is on the north side of the building, a single story structure. The gallery will hold over 6,000 pieces of art, highlighting artists from Detroit and, of course, the region, and covering, the 20th and 21st centuries. So we're asking for $250,000 to apply toward architectural and engineering services. This will include construction documents. So this work will afford us the opportunity to understand exactly what the cost will be to build out this space. So I will pause here.
I will move that we adopt the recommendation, and I'll point out that this has been in the works for a long time. This is not by any stretch the first time that the art gallery renovations come before us. I wish we were farther along in it, to tell you the truth. But in any event, I think it's high time that we move on with architectural specs on this.
Is there support for the motion?
Support.
Okay. All right, we'll now move to a vote. All in favor of the art gallery renovation, please signify by aye. Unless, is there discussion? No discussion. Okay, I thought I heard someone. Please say aye if you're in support of the motion.
Aye.
Okay. Nay if you are not in support of the motion.
Nay. No. Nay.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Governor Barnhill?
Support.
Governor Kelly?
Yes.
Governor Kumar?
No.
Governor Stancato?
Yes.
Governor Thompson?
No.
Professor Beal?
Without discussion, I'm going to say no because I think this could be delayed.
And Mazen Zamzan?
No.
A motion fails.
Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Barnhill, can I just ask, just because there was no discussion on this, what the concerns were? The one thing I would just point out is that this is tied to another construction project, and so the timing of this is not something that we have much control over. And I don't know if the timing of the other construction project has been affected or not because of COVID-19. It very well could be, and if it is, then that's not an issue. But if it isn't, and they keep moving forward, then essentially we will have to not do this project because it's tied to the completion of the other project, and I just want to point that out. But
Anthony here with a question. Is the money already on hand? I think I understand it to be paid for out of funds that are from a sale of the building, and I believe that sale's already been made. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, and also there was already some monies raised through philanthropy, and I can't remember exactly what that was. I think maybe it was $500,000, but I could be wrong.
So this is not new money?
No, this is money, and Rebecca, just correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is money that we've raised.
So there's money from the sale of the building, and there's also donated money that would be applied to this project. And I until we know the amount that we're going to need to do the project altogether, I don't know how that mix is gonna where we're gonna land on that. That'll come back for further approval.
And the reason why I said it's tied to completion of another project is that it's in the criminal justice building, the old criminal justice building, and there's build out. Part of it is already now built out. The first floor is being built out now with a restaurant, and this is the back part of that building. If the restaurant continues to move forward, and I haven't heard that they're not, but if they can, but they could maybe have canceled it or postponed it since COVID. I haven't had a recent report, but if that continues to move forward, then we won't. There's no way we could not do this project and then go back to it in a year or whatever, because it's got to be done at the same time.
Rob, do you have more information about the status of that and how interconnected this project is with the rest of the renovation that's going on in that building?
Yes, it's a partnership with the Platform Group, And to President Wilson's point, these two elements are in fact interconnected. So, so they need to go coterminous. There's a development aspect to this as well, with the parking lot adjacent to the building, and the developer is working through those matters as well. But yes, as the restaurant gets built out, this is part of that process, and there would be some complications to address. And again, just to be clear, this is funding for architectural and engineering services. We're not actually building the project. We're trying to understand what it's going to cost to do the project. So clarity will come as COVID is, takes perhaps a less, prominent role in our everyday lives.
Okay, so I guess if I could say, Roy, that from my perspective, we're talking about potentially a $2 million project, and we just said that we had to increase student tuition even in this difficult time by an amount that's $2 million. It seems to me we have to be looking for what things we could at least delay. And we know that once we approve the design funding, the project will be done. We have no indication that we haven't done that in the past. Money is fungible, so it's hard to approve this in this setting without being absolutely certain that there's no way that it could go forward with a later vote when we have more certainty about funding.
Okay, so let me just get a response to that point, and then unless anyone who voted no on the motion is willing to reconsider, we'll just move on to the next issue.
Yeah, I said my piece, Governor. I just wanted the board to realize that, it is coterminous, as was mentioned, and it could very well be jeopardized. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and I'd just like to say that we clearly cannot move forward if we can't pass this budget matter. However, we could move forward to do the planning and then delay any movement on construction until we were in different times. So it seems to me that moving forward on this right now is the better of the two possibilities open to us.
So that's let's move on to the next item. Let's revisit this issue by the next time we convene. Just to see if circumstances have changed or if other committee members have had new information or time to ponder this further. That said, let's have the next report.
So we do have 3 informational reports remaining on the agenda: an elevator status report, major capital and real estate projects. Both of those are Rob Davenport, and then the purchasing exceptions report. These are, as I said, informational, don't require approval, and I know we're way over time, so I don't know if you want to, if you want us to go through these presentations or if you want to defer them. Okay. Maybe Rob could just talk a little bit about where we are with construction, given what's going on with COVID.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is, since the elevator issue is important, let's get an update on that. Let's get a general update on construction and how we're contemplating construction in this COVID environment. And then we'll open up the floor for questions for each of the remaining items at once.
Great, okay. All right, Rob, are you ready to go on the elevator presentation?
I sure am. So thank you again, Rebecca. As we look at the elevator plant across campus, you can see the numbers. We've got a total of 175 units. 73 of those are in 120 buildings. We have a mix of dumbwaiters and freight and service type elevators. 134 passenger elevators across campus, 96 of which are in general buildings, 21 are in housing, and 17 in parking structures. Our modernization efforts are concerned around 8 buildings with 16 units. We have funding for those renovations, and many are underway. In fact, we have nearly $6 million committed for those projects. And we'll see a list of those projects in a couple of slides. On the, back one more, just real quick, thank you, Rebecca. So on the assessment piece, this is important. We've engaged National Elevator Company to do assessments and surveys and study on the complete elevator plant. So we only have 4 units remaining to review, and once we have that review done, that'll be this month in May, we will then have capital planning and prioritization details ready in June. So we'll know precisely where we need to go with the elevators that need to be modernized. Next slide, please. On the daily management side, this is when our campus is fully populated. Obviously, we've got more concerns, and it's been quiet lately for obvious reasons. But what we've done is we've developed a daily report. So we're working with Schindler to gather information, and we've created a means to track these failures that occur, and then move them to a solution and a repair. These efforts are noted in the link that's noted here on the slide, and that link is updated on a daily basis. We've also engaged Schindler in a few different ways. We moved them from a facility on Woodward to the FP&M building. So now they're part of our technician, our management team within FP&M. So that has been an important move, because now we've got synergies happening between the two teams to be sure that we're actioning these repairs that need to be done. Also, Schindler has developed what's known as an ahead action board. We'll see an image of that in a couple of slides. And this is going to be very helpful for us going forward. So next slide. Okay. All right, here's a list of those renovations that are currently underway. Again, I invite you to study that as you are able. Next slide. So here's the Schindler Ahead Action Board. The thing to note here is that we've got 2 elevators right now that are attached to, or live, if you will, with this board. And the neat thing about it is that we've got 2 elevators on campus that will tell us immediately when an elevator is not operating properly. So we will no longer have to wait for somebody to tell us. The unit itself will tell us. So we can get ahead of these things far quicker than previously. So we are endeavoring to get this connection live with the rest of the elevators across campus. It's a fairly inexpensive thing to do, and that effort has been, we began that effort back in late February, early March.
Okay, so let's move on to just a general commentary on the status of our construction projects, and after that, we'll take questions on the last remaining items all at once.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Governor Barnhill. On the capital projects, so obviously most projects will be delayed for 6 weeks, as they've been on hold for about 6 weeks. We expect the governor to announce today the reactivation of construction projects beginning on May the 7th. According to the Detroit Free Press, and this was an article on the 29th, just a couple of days ago, the governor's spokeswoman, Tiffany Brown, confirmed that May 7th will be the start date for construction projects. So that's by way of the Detroit Free Press. We certainly need to wait to see what the governor actually says on this. So, barring any caveats to, this news piece, we're hopeful that we can begin our work on the 7th. So as we look at the projects that we've got active, there are 52 active projects right now. 18 of those projects are going to start on the 7th of May. 20 will start between the May 11th and May 18th, and 14 projects of those 52 are in the bidding and contracting phase, so they have not yet started. We've spoken with all the GCs that are engaged in these projects. They've provided these updates, and that's where this information is coming from. As we understand conditions today, at the moment, there are no financial impacts at this time. And all contractors have submitted the new safety plan that's required by way of COVID. So, as a bit of reference, CDC indicates that the highest risk employee would be one that is in a healthcare environment. Interestingly, the lowest risk worker is in the construction business. So that's comforting to know, but that's not to say that we shouldn't be vigilant and mindful of all the things that we need to be careful about as we activate these sites. So these safety plans have 4 or 5 elements. So restricted access to job sites, of course hygiene, job site cleansing and cleaning, sanitizing, etc., and of course social distancing and proper PPE. So those plans have been submitted to us. We have them, and we feel confident that as we begin construction projects, not only will the workers be in a safe environment, but those around them will be as well. I'll pause there.
Okay, thank you.
And then the next report is the purchasing exceptions report. And Ken, are you still on the call?
Yeah. Excuse me, Rebecca, what I want to do is just open the floor for questions on all the items, just because of
Right. So
time.
I just want to make sure Ken's here to answer questions.
Okay.
And I am.
Okay, great.
Governor Brownhill, I have a question. If you can scroll down, I think it might be item 45. I don't have it in front of me.
The Physician Assistant Education Association?
Nope, next one. 47.
Henry Ford Health System?
Yes.
So this...
do we have Dr. Baker on? I wanted to know what these funds were being used for, and was this money inclusive in the presentations that we were presented?
Yes, so this is, my understanding is
Dr. Baker available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Okay.
Oh, those are personal service contracts, and they are to buy out the time of specific faculty to actually perform functions for the School of Medicine.
So do these people work for us?
Yes. Yes, so...
They are not our employees. They work for Henry Ford, and we're paying Henry Ford for them to do work for us. Right, Dr. Baker?
Correct. They are faculty members, but they are not our employees. So we buy out their time for very specific purposes. For instance, one of the individuals is a program director for one of our first-year courses. Another individual is medical director for our clinical skills center.
And so these were inclusive in the dollars that we pay for undergraduate medical education? Is that
Doug, do you want to confirm that? That's my understanding, but...
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Yeah, it's part of that overall budget.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I guess I have a question on that too. Just are those people who are classed as voluntary faculty? Is that where that status comes in?
No.
No?
I think so. They would either be voluntary or FTA.
Yes.
Yep.
They would be FTA, I believe.
They're FTA.
Okay.
And for those who aren't aware, I believe this distinction is an FTA faculty member is one who works for an affiliated organization versus a voluntary faculty member who is not working for an affiliated organization.
Right. Okay. That's right. I forgot that.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question about purchasing exception number 31. This is for the EAB Global memberships.
Is Provost Whitfield on the call?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to respond to that? Or actually, Governor Thompson, what's your question?
Yeah, the question is just how long is the membership for? Like, what is this amount? What is the term that's covered by this amount? And then just to follow up, I thought there were concerns about this EAB Global, so just wondering why this company is being used. But yeah, those are the two questions.
So for the first one, and I think Ken is on the line and he can support this, that this is for a year. I don't know what questions have come up. Let me just give you just a little bit of background on what this is. This is a discounted rate. This global piece of it actually takes, rather than having, 4, 5, 6 disparate contracts with these memberships for the forums, it puts them together and gives us a savings. Now those forums, excuse me, actually provide us with critical information and comprehensive reports. Sometimes it seems like they come 2 or 3 times daily about information about our peers, about innovative practices and strategies. There's a dedicated advisor for each one of them. There's an annual web series, and there's another connection through something called Ask EAB, where we can get questions answered about actions that we're thinking about or considering.
Okay, so there weren't concerns then about EAB as a provider?
I hadn't heard any for a provider. They're fairly unique. They're a research-based company that provides us research from, I forgot how many institutions. It's hundreds and hundreds of institutions from around the country. I'd say, just as, we're not paying for advertising, but one of the things as well is that some of the things that we've been doing here at the university are actually being advertised through the research that they do on us, and look and see what kinds of actions that we're taking. And if you thought about what the benefit of that might be, when we get our rankings nationally from like U.S. News and World Report, people are informed by the kinds of things that this company actually shares, and so there is that benefit as well.
Thank you.
All right, are there any more questions?
I had a few questions about like the elevators for Mr. Davenport. So I was looking at the report and justification as to why those specific 16 elevators were chosen, and I didn't see if there was like any other like plans to modernize other elevators on campus.
Yes, absolutely, and that's where the assessment comes in and the survey associated with the assessment. As we get that information back this month and then formalize it in June, we will know precisely where to take funding requests for elevator modifications across campus.
And how are you like picking, like prioritizing which elevators are getting modernized first?
Well, when we look at the survey itself, there are a number of different questions that are asked, and then those questions are then weighted, and we come up with a score. And so each unit receives a score, and then we bundle the scores associated with those units into phases. So yeah, it depends on the condition of the unit. And so, to put it differently, we could have a very old unit that is working well and doesn't need to be modernized immediately. However, we could have a unit that's newer but used so frequently and in need of repair that it may need modernization, sooner. So yes, there's a bit of a science behind it, but that's how we're going about it.
And I was is there a way for students or faculty or staff to just have like a direct say in of elevators in the future? Because I know, for example, students utilize them probably the most on campus.
So you're breaking up a bit, sir, but I'm thinking that you're asking if we're focusing on the student areas. Is that correct?
So he was asking if the faculty, staff, and students can have a say.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely have a forum, and we have in the past, of course, and we'll provide an open forum, environment for these strategies. Absolutely.
And then I had two quick follow-up questions. So it said that Corvius completed their own separate assessment for the elevators and housing. Is that a report we can get? And then second, with the absence of students on campus, is there a way that we can move up the repair times of the elevators?
So the quick answer to both questions would be yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just mention that on the elevator repair, the only two projects that we currently are working on are elevator projects. We did have to shut down for the governor's order, so we have not been able to do work for the most part unless it was considered critical infrastructure. However, those projects will be starting up as soon as we get the go-ahead from the governor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Governor Barnhill, are we done with this committee?
We are done. Congratulations, everyone.
I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break here. It's 1:37, so we're well behind.
Wilson?
Should we just do meet at 2?
So President Wilson, this is a public meeting right now, so you're adjourning the public meeting, which will reconvene at 3 o'clock. The board has a separate meeting now, just for the people listening on live stream. I just want to make sure.
The public meeting will come back at 3 o'clock. For the board members and select administration, let's meet in about 10 minutes before 2. So that we can actually start promptly at 2. Is that okay?
Okay.
Should we stay on the site, Julie?
No, you have a different link.
You have a different